Hey, here we go. Are you ready to go? Am I ready to go? Is anyone ever really ready to go? We shall see what happens tonight. I really don't know what's going to happen. Got ideas of where I'd like it to go, but you know, sometimes your ideas don't pan out, and that's life. So I've got tonight tiles to work on, camera focusing to figure out, some surface texture things I want to try. Yeah, just a wide variety of things to do. Let me look up real quick some reference. Hey, Cardboard Man Arm! Cardboard Man Arm. That's your new name. Congrats. You just got a new name by subbing to my channel. I appreciate it, dude. You're a good pal. That's what you are. Maybe even too good. What am I? Oh, okay. I'm looking up patina, bronze. Boy, words. I'll tell you, I have not been sleeping much at all over the past several days. And it shows. Okay, images of patinaed bronze. Man, there's so much fake stuff out there. How do I know when I'm looking at the real stuff? How do I know? That's the trick, you can't know. That's how they get you. Do I want to... I think I do want to put his hair bits and bobs on. I might as well. Got hair bits and bobs. Why not apply them? Just want to find one that is real. A lot of this is brass. Okay, this looks real. And it won't take you to the actual big picture. Boo! Boogle. Instead of Google, it's Boogle. Get it? You get it? Okay. Lord Vader Butter, thanks for the follow, yo. I probably ate half my weight in butter at lunch today. Someone bought a cinnamon roll that was like the size of a 3-month-old baby. And boy, I'll tell you what, I ate that 3-month-old baby. Well, not the whole thing, but enough of it. And then I had pancakes, upon which I put more butter than there was pancakes. It's my comfort food, alright? It's my go-to comfort food. So I might as well mix up some green so I can put it on both of these guys. Do I have green? I have yellow and I have blue. And pro tip, now I've heard rumors about this, but I'm pretty confident that if you mix yellow and blue, you end up with green. We're going to find out tonight. Is it true? Does yellow and blue actually make green? On the live stream next. Where do I want to put this? Over here. Yeah, I guess now that I'm gonna be a full-time streamer, I've gotta figure out how to do it like all pro style. I mean, until I find a real job. Lord Vader Butter says, "No problem, sir. Thanks for entertaining me while I work." Hey, that's why I get the big bucks. How much of this green do I need? Not much. I'm gonna save this much. Yes, streaming can be a real job for approximately 12 people in the world. Absolutely. I'm not denigrating your dreams, Cardboard Arm Man. You keep going for it. I mean, I was bragging to someone else earlier that you did have the very coolest channel welcome introduction thing I've ever seen on a channel. So, you got that going for you. Plus, you have a cool voice. Plus, you're a true guardian of Cardboardia. And I really just want this to be pale green, and that's going to be hard to accomplish because these colors are so strong, you guys. Like, they're literally called So Strong. And you want to guess how strong they are? So strong. So I'm just going to, like, tap it. Boop. See if that little, maybe one more tap. Okay, that amount of yellow. And of course it's also getting a little residue on my fingers, which is gonna get in there, mess it up. Let's see, okay, I've made a little blue one that's got a itty bitty drop extruder for just such an occasion. Itty bitty blue. Okay. Let's see how this turns out. Will it make green? Uh-oh, was that black? I think I had black on my finger. Right. Now it will make it a lot less light green than I was hoping. So far the blue is winning by a long shot. Protector of Cardboardia. Hey, Shogun. Yes, this is quite the pigment. Alright, I'll work on nerfing this blue. First thing I'm going to do is put a cap on it. And then rather than nerfing the blue, I'm going to up the yellow. Because I understand balance. Touch. Just a touch so no one will notice. That's the trick. You want them to notice the effect, not the cause. Still shocked at how pale this is. It's getting pretty close to some of these though. Let's see. Ain't too bad, as they say in the biz. I think that's what they say in the biz. I don't know. I'm not in the biz anymore. Who knows what they say these days? So do I want to do... I guess I want to do more. I'm a little surprised. Let's do a full drop of each. Half a drop of the blue. This is my new character I just invented. His name is Billy Bob the Bionic Blob. And he can shoot out pseudopods like so. Be like, hug me. Hug me. Here you go. I need to add character designer to my resume now. Hey, Leonard 82. Yeah, I don't know how I'm doing, to be honest. Kinda numb, but you know, I've got a deadline on my book, and so I'm just gonna push towards it. I got a convention coming up this Saturday that I want to have stuff for. I've got my book coming out April 1st. Got to be done with, so it's just like, you know what? Since I'm kind of just emotionally who knows where, I might as well throw that who knows-ness energy into the stuff I was doing on the side anyway. That's what's nice about having stuff on the side. A little side hustle, you know. Got a place to pour your emotional shatteredness. Yeah, a lot of sad hugs and tears today. Hey Sando 1001, thank you so much for the sub. I super appreciate it. Make sure to spam my Skola head character emote all over the world. The world, I say. Okay. So I'm not super, like, the screen doesn't have to be precise, right? It just has to be close enough that when I do the patina coat, there's going to be different colors and grunge all over this thing. Especially this one, because this one was a really botched pour, but I was like, let's check out all these bubbles. Just bubbles all over the place. So I am gonna make her look like she was like pulled up from a archaeological dig, or like under the water in a old Greek trieme or something. So she's gonna be very, very grungy. And who knows, it may look cool. It may look terrible, and then I'll just scrap it. But, you know, I like experimenting with that sort of thing. I like to see, sometimes accidents can be happy accidents, and it's nice to know that. Thanks for the follow as well. Sundo says, hey Josh, loved all your work in Guild Wars. I'll be getting my Josh fix from here going forward. Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's obviously been a very emotionally trying day in many ways, but coming home and seeing like all the responses on Twitter and Facebook, just from fans of Guild Wars. It's been super heartening, and I really, like, honestly appreciate it. It helps. I mean, when you've called a place home for 15 ding-a-dong-dang years, and then find out a couple days ago, oh, by the way, this doesn't get to be your work family anymore. That's a whirlwind right there. That's a gut punch. But I'm really fortunate in that, like, I made stuff at ArenaNet that resonated with people, and they appreciated, and have let me know they appreciate it. And, like, honestly, that's rare. Like, how many developers do you know by name and are like, oh, that person did that thing that I really like? You know what I mean? It's pretty rare. So I'm very lucky to be in the position where people recognize me and care when I'm gone. Foreign Hunter says, happy accidents. That's right. Give me that, Bob Ross. Good old Bob Ross. Someone on my YouTube channel called me the Bob Ross of YouTube. I was like, yeah. I'll take it. I mean, I got funny hair. Why not? Shugun says, what was the lion you were sculpting yesterday? I had a quick peek at it as my boyfriend was enjoying your stream. Looked really awesome. That's like my busyness logo for Breath of Life development. So that's my business card. And then I sculpted... where'd they go? My lions ran away from me. I actually wanted to work on them today. Oh, I put them over here. There we go. Yeah, so that's... It's a symbol of fierce love to me. That is the goal of my Breath of Life development, is to make the world more loving through stories and art and that kind of fun stuff. Oh, wrong guy. Thanks, cardboard arm man. Hey, I almost got it right that time. Almost. I was close, like 20% closer. Crivey, who is super dark blue on my black background, said, I just want to cry right now. I'm so sad. I wish you the best. I love your content and still do. Thank you. That's really sweet. You know, I love my content too. That's why I made it that way. Fortunately, most of it's still around. So that's nice. Foreign Hunter says, GW2 is the only game where I actually know the name of some devs and knew what they did. That's cool. Our Frostma said, do you have any copper casting? Or do you do any copper casting? Hey, Viserion, thanks for the follow. I have never done copper casting. You know, I've only done the what's the super low temp stuff that's not lead. Pewter. We've done pewter. Shugen says, alright, gotta stay and watch you much more often. Loving what I saw those few times I was around here. Oh, cool, yeah. Please do. You know, I could use all the company I can get right now, so I appreciate it. Hey, Thorbo, 10 hours of sleep over 4 days. So, yeah, Thurb, don't expect me to say your full name. Stop being so demanding. Says, I'll never forget the lion. Loved your work and excited for your future. You're very creative and trust you'll keep making great things. Hope so. Thank you for that. We'll see. My number one concern above making cool things right now is finding another place. For those of you who live in the US, you'll understand this pain. I gotta find a place that has the same health insurance company, because my wife has a degenerative disease that's kind of rare, and so not a lot of doctors know about it or specialize in it. And so she spent like a decade building up this network of health professionals. She's going through all these surgeries, and you know, she had surgery number 14 or 15 recently, like 3 weeks ago, two or 3 weeks ago, and she needs many more yet to come. And so if I start working in another company that doesn't have the same insurance coverage, most likely she will not have that access to that same network of doctors, which means potentially a huge drop in her quality of life, huge, much more like physical pain. She's already in pain all the time, but like we're talking a lot more pain. So yeah, working at a place that makes cool stuff is really cool, and I'm lucky to have done that most of my career, but not my top priority right now. I mean, I'm making cool stuff here, right? Like Breath of Life Arts, not Art Studio anymore, Breath of Life Development, changed the name so it wouldn't sound so awkward to say. This is where I do all the stuff that is absolutely mine, my vision, my creativity. Well, not exactly, because I have a co-author. But fortunately, she has very similar proclivities to me. So. Okay, did I get all three? No, just a little bit. Lord Vader Butter says, move here to New Zealand, work for Weta. We also have free healthcare here. I have seriously considered moving to a country with free healthcare. I mean, not all free healthcare is created equal, so gotta be careful with that. Like, how people with degenerative diseases fare under those kind of systems is hit or miss from what I've seen. You know what? I would love to work for Weta. That'd be a blast. Lord of the Rings is definitely one of the greatest movies, series ever made. Oh, we got 2 Kiwis on the stream here. Nice. Isn't that a little late and or early for you guys right now? My evening routine is to go to bed, edit my novel on my laptop, and then drift off to college courses by the great courses, usually geology oriented. I love geology, and I've just been watching one about the greatest geological wonders of the world, and quite a few of them are in New Zealand that I've never been. Live in Wellington, where they're based. Cool. Do you happen to know Peter Jackson or Chris Taylor? Wait, is that his name? Is Chris Taylor still the guy who heads up Weta Workshop, or am I getting him mixed up with a game developer with a similar name? One of the greatest fun facts I learned about Weta was that when they originally started, they sculpted in butter because shipping high quality clay over there was just ridiculously expensive. $3:30 a.m., 4:30 a.m. Oh, jeez. You guys. Lord Vader Butter says 3:30 p.m. is supposed to be working. You know, sometimes you also need to be watching Twitch stream. I won't judge. Kiwi Bird says, have two mates that work in Weta. Hey, Basic Panther, thanks for the follow. Getting a lot of follows today. I guess news is making it through the grapevine, and Guild Wars fans are maybe finding out about this little hustle I do on the side that I'll apparently now be doing on the front. Alright. Let's go for her. Let's get Bo Mark's dreads on there. First I should fill in some of these bubbles a bit, probably. Oh, you were kept up by the bad news? Sorry. I know that feeling. And I know it quite well. Peter Jackson is stupidly private, or is he intelligently private? I don't know what it's like to be recognized on the street. It's only well, okay. I know what it's like to be recognized on the street exactly twice in my life, so it has happened, but I can imagine if that happened constantly, that would get old pretty fast. I'm sure most people are very polite and nice about it, but man, there's always gonna be some percentage of people who are not nice and kind about it. That's why every time I've ever seen a celebrity, I pretended like I didn't see them. I just don't want to be cliched, you know. I mean, except when I was talking. When I was demoing Guild Wars 1? Yeah, I think it was Guild Wars 1. Because it was 2005. Yeah, I was at E3, and Freddie Prinze Jr. came up to the booth, and wanted to check it out. And I was doing a little photo project where I was trying to get pictures with all of the like interesting booth, you know, all the characters that were dressed up. And the theme was like they're all physically assaulting me. It's a great collection. I should share it. So I would just pose like I'm getting hit or stabbed or whatever, right? And so I asked him if he would pose with me, you know, pretending to hit me, and he said no. Freddie Prinze Jr., everyone, said no to me. Can you believe it? Hey, Crave. Kiwi's Bird, what am I making? Currently, I'm working on a bust of the main character from my book. His name is Beaumark, and my book, The Scarred King, comes out April 1st. Go to my website, sign up for my newsletter, and you'll be the first to hear about it. Or just follow me here, and you'll hear about it here, too. Fantasy, action-adventure, with a heart of gold. That's how I'll describe it. Been working on it for a very, 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 very long time. Why you no stay in place? Why you no stay, Dreadlock? I will make you stay. Hello, 76. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thanks for your kind words online. Yeah, I've been developing this franchise, been world building this world for almost 20 years now. My goal is to make it like the next Star Wars or Lord of the Rings. You know, you gotta have goals, and they should be ridiculous and out of reach. You know, why have goals to do something that's mundane, right? So we're starting with novels. Eventually I hope to develop them into, you know, like a Game of Thrones kind of series. At some point. You know, assuming people like them. That's going to be a necessary component, is people are actually going to need to like these things. But worked very hard. Worked with a lot of editors, a lot of beta readers, to make sure it's as good as I can possibly make it. My co-author and I. Shugen says, could possibly one of your, how do you say that, pre-release reader, editor, / share that piece of novel to yours to read. Just a bonus pair of eyes to look into it. Yeah, if you want to beta read, email me at breathoflifedev at gmail.com. Breath of Life, DEV is in victory. We've got about a week left. So any feedback you have, it should be fast. Because we got to get this thing to the editor within the next week, because April 1st is our launch date. It's been, like, this book has been in the works for over a decade, so, yeah, we needed a cutoff point, and that seemed like a good one. April 1st is a great time to release stuff, for me personally. Yeah, you know what's funny, Shogun? Hazley is now following. Yay! Hi, Hazley, welcome. Shogun, what's funny is that another person who follows my Twitch stream, it goes by the Big White Shogun, and he is a beta reader as well, and he's given really awesome feedback. I've changed a few things that needed changing thanks to his feedback, so I'm always happy to hear both good and bad critique of the work. That's how it gets better. That's right, Lord Vader Butter. Ridiculous goals make the world go round. So I don't know, I'm trying to look at this whole layoff thing as like, maybe this was the universe's way of making sure that I am so focused on the release of this book that I do all the things right. Like, I do publicity right, I do the advertising right, I do the, you know, the final edits, and I have a couple more illustrations and maps I need to finish up in the next week or so. So unfortunately, searching for a job is going to have an awfully big impact on my, like, ability to focus, but I don't know. Maybe it won't. I mean, job hunting is like 98% waiting anyway, so if I can compartmentalize my emotions enough, it might be good for the book. And, you know, maybe it'll become the next Game of Thrones or Harry Potter or Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or what have you. All because I was able to focus, all because I got laid off. You never know. It could be my there's a word for that. It's like a coincidence is not the word. Whatever. You know, when someone has like a turn of events that seems tragic, but it gets turned around to be something good. Again, 10 hours of sleep over the past 4 days. Thinking not good. Thinking hard. The Shogun, you kind of know him in person? What? That's a weird coincidence. Or did he tell you about this stream? Home time for you, Renee? 82? I hope I'm still on in half an hour or so. Yeah, I'll be here. I'll probably be here quite a while. And the cool thing is, if you do like the book and want to continue beta reading, it is only book 1 of a trilogy, so book 2 will hopefully be coming out sometime this year as well. Books 2 and 3, if I can pull it off, it'd be great to get all 3 of them out this year. We have 11 novels actually written so far. You know, most of them still need a big editing pass and feedback from beta readers and stuff, but like the core of them are all in place. Shugen says, funny thing, similar nicknames that we both use kind of got us into knowing each other. You know, breaking the ice. Yeah, I think so. My co-author, you know, like I said, I do most of the world building stuff, and she does most of the like story writing. I'll come up with the broad idea, the general like, we should explore what happens with this kind of species when it runs into this one, or you know, this kind of political thing happens, or this kind of personal problem happens, or whatever. And then she really takes off with it and makes really compelling, fun characters. And that really helps me with the world building too, because when you got concrete stories to work off of, as opposed to just like, you know, very generic, oh, this kingdom has these kind of tariffs and grow these kind of crops. You know, it's so abstract, it's not like really interesting until it impacts characters in a story, so. There we go. Got this odd looking little texture stamp that I've been using for the dreadlocks. Lord Vader Butter says, any tips for someone about to start a novel? I'm a writer, but have a rather large idea that needs to get out of my brain. Oh man, that's a hard one, because like really good writers do things really differently from each other. I mean, do you have a good idea if you're a seat of the pants writer versus an outliner? Because that's a good place to start. I just read a book called what was it called? I can't remember the main title, but if you just do a Google search for snowflake method for writing, you'll find it. I think it was really good. I'm not, you know, I'm kind of a novice writer myself. I've written many scenes in the books, but then, you know, my co-author goes in and massages them, and the beta readers point out things, and they get changed a lot. So I don't consider myself a great writer. I think I have a sense for like story flow and like the big ideas, but when it comes to the moment to moment, you know, art of writing, that's it's not quite my thing, which is why I needed a co-author to really develop the stories. Limonez13, hey, thanks for the follow. And then the other thing I do is get a rubbery nubbery tool and poke some additional little divvy bits in. I thought I cleaned up the seams on this guy, but it looks like I did not. But also, I don't want to do it now because I will accidentally put pressure on one of these hair bits that I put on and ruin it. Ruined it! Ruined it! And I don't want to do that. How'd you find me, Limonez? Lord Vader says, yes, I've seen that. I'm a big idea person too. Maybe I should look into a co-author. Yeah. Someone to do all the hard work for you while you just come up with ideas. Just want to be the idea guy. I mean, I bring other stuff to the table besides the big ideas, such as cover art and illustrations and such. Oh, interesting. There's a significant bubble here I should fix. Alright, I decided I was not going to clean the seams off of this right now because I will accidentally break something. Thanks for the reminder, Self. You're welcome, Self. Ryu Blackblade says it's looking pretty cool. Thanks, Ryu Blackblade. I worked very hard on it to be so. Severe says, what is a sculpture for that you're currently working on? This is the main character from my novel, The Scarred King, coming out April 1st. Go to my website, sign up for my thingamajigger so that you can hear about it when it's ready to be bought. That was a smooth commercial right there. His name is Beaumark, and he's badass, but also extremely kind. He's kind badass. Also, he gets lots of scars. Spoiler, he gets lots of scars. That's why he ends up being called the Scarred King. Spoiler. Okay, I've got a little bit of this left, so I'm just looking for where I might want to put it on Mrs. Sculpture over here. And this is just a Rapunzel. I've been doing molding and casting of my original, so I'm trying out different techniques. I haven't started the paint jobs yet, so I don't know what they're going to end up looking like yet, as far as the paint goes. I'm gonna do a little bit of playing around with some paint on my daughter here. So, oh, sorry, I don't know the name of the songs playing. I just have a YouTube. I just looked up like royalty-free epic music. So if you do that, oh wait, actually I can tell you. It would be the one right before this. So it was called Guardians, royalty-free epic music. Okay, so for the patina for her, I want to do this bronze look. And because I'm a doofus, I still haven't figured out what is broken with my OBS that I can't show stuff on my screen. So I'm just gonna, like an idiot, I'm just gonna point the camera at my monitor. Are you ready for that? Get ready, it's gonna be good. Well, first I'm gonna find a good patinaed bronze statue, which is sometimes hard to do when I guess I should look up, because when you do a search for patina bronze, you end up almost like 90% it's going to be faux bronze, and just people's impression of what bronze patina looks like, and I'm less interested in that. Okay, I think this is probably the closest to what I'm trying to get here. So, her having this base color means I just have to do the bluish green part and probably blackish, like blacken the upper surfaces. And if it doesn't turn out, then I'll just repaint it. The original I repainted probably 20 times because I just kept not quite liking it as much. Oh, should I do that to this one too? Maybe I should do this patina bronze as well. That could be cool. Let's see. So I would want to do... I'll think about that one a little bit more. This one already has the right base coat. So. Oh, also I should not work on this tile surface that I just finished painting last night. Pro tip, don't paint on, don't use your sloppy painting surface a piece of art that you've been working on. Had that issue with 40K? Yeah. It's convenient. It's a big old surface that's just like laying there. Why wouldn't you paint on it? I'm gonna move you guys a little bit here. Okay. Oh God, don't want to drop you. Okay, I think we're good. This is the kind of surface you want to paint on. Okay, blue, green, white. That's probably how we want to get close to the color that will make my day. Oxidized bronze? Yeah, is it technically oxidation that creates those patinas? Probably. Okay, so basically, if I do a wash, that's what I want. Ooh, maybe I should do one of these too while I'm at it. Maybe on the green ones too. So let's see, if I start with the darkest blue-green, and then you wipe, so you wash it over, you wipe it away, then do the lighter coat, and you're more aggressive with wiping it away. And then the lightest one, and the, okay, yeah. Because otherwise, if you do lightest first, then it'll get covered up by the other ones. Although, maybe that would make the blend better. I'm going to try it that way. You know what? I don't know if I've tried it that way. I feel like experimenting right now. Okay, so white first. How white does it actually get? Well, it's not super duper white. Ooh, that's a good brush for it. Okay. Paper towels always run away and hide when I need the most. Okay, one sec. Sorry, I had to go on a long quest to get more paper towels. Usually I have a stock of them here in the studio, but not this time. If you go lighter to darker, you might end up with only the dark layer, but then you could add the lighter layers back in. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, it's a low risk strategy. It depends on how watered down, how diluted your paints are, right? So I do want to go whiter than it's the final look, because the other colors are going to be laying over it, of course. Assuming this works out and I don't have to go back over again. Okay, let's check this out in comparison. Boy, the monitor, you know, it turns out filming a monitor is not the is not the ideal way to see colors. Who would have thought? I need to get my second monitor. Ever since I took away my second monitor, that's when OBS wouldn't let me show the monitor anymore. I don't know why it's so mad at me. Okay, try on this little guy first. Also, I really shouldn't be painting this until I've actually sanded down the bottom, but feeling impatient right now. I can touch things up later. I think that this is too dark to be the base coat. Because I would want a middle tone between there. Right, like, if you look at this piece here, see, like, I definitely have the right dark for that part of it, right? Now let's get him where you can see better. Okay, so the right dark for his forehead there, and the light is, yeah, it's pretty close, but there's definitely a lot of in between that this is too dark for, and there's no good, I mean, I could go in by hand and like very carefully add in little bits and pieces there, but that would be hard. And I missed who just followed. Who followed, guys? If it was you, let me know so I can give you a shout out. I think all that means I need to, is after this dries, I will just go over it with a lighter brown. and then do this technique again. Alright. And it's fine if there's, you know, green stays on there in the meantime. I'll come back to it. Okay, yeah, and so here's another experiment I want to try. What if... Oh, hey. I've got this green, and I've got some major bubbles on this guy's dreadlocks. I should just fix this. That's what I should do. I'll get back to the painting in a moment. Not super sure what I'm going to be doing with these itty bitty bow marks. Like, since no one knows the character yet, it's like, who's going to want a little statue bust of a character you don't know, right? Hopefully, if the book does well, then I can use these as, like, giveaways here on the channel or at conventions or whatever. But yeah, I don't imagine there'll ever be a market for selling these guys. Chungus do. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm not sure exactly what Chungus do is, but it doesn't sound appetizing. I mean, it's probably better than Mountain Dew, but not by much. You know, the funniest feeling of all the feelings that are just constantly roiling around in me right now is the one where I feel bad for Joe Kims, who was training me in the scripting software for Guild Wars 2. I recently moved over to the design department, and you know, needed to learn the tool to make the things go. And so he's been spending the last couple months, you know, like an hour a day, just sitting down with me, and we've been building this event, which, as far as I know, it's going to be in the game at some point. If you find yourself catching flaming purple crystals that are flying out of a portal, you'll see my magical scripting powers at work. But yeah, it's like he spent all that time training me, and it's like, oh, bye. Unit 82, hey, thanks for the sub! That means so much. And I'm glad you made it home safely. I know it's tricky. Don't you have to bicycle over a slack line that's suspended over a volcanic caldera? That's your commute, right? I'm just gonna assume it is, unless told otherwise. So I'm glad you made it safely. By the way, that's one of the perks you get if you're a patron. In my videos, I make up fun facts about you for the $10 and up patrons. That would be yours, free preview. At some point, I hope there's a way, if there's not already, I haven't been able to figure it out, I hope there's a way to reward people who support on Patreon with Twitch perks and such. I would love that. So right now my Patreon perks are not that great, to be honest. It's mostly just, you know, your name in my videos, and for $10 and up you get a fun fact. But at some point I'll have things like, you know, book giveaways. At some point it'll be like a privilege to be a beta reader of my books, and so that could be a reward as well. Right now the value goes the other way. Beta readers are more valuable than gold to me. Oh, Mark's been a little out of focus. Sorry about that. Couldn't sub at work for obvious reasons. Yeah, gotcha. You drive past the river that the Nazgul chase Frodo before he goes to Elrond and company. Yeah, wasn't that filmed just like in a park, like in the city? Ryu Blackblade says, didn't want to ask, but what is in the flying tower? Also, dude, you have oh, text keeps moving. A ton of experience. You are a rock star. Woo! I'm a rock star. Don't tell anyone that. I really don't want to work at Rockstar. They don't seem like they have the best quality of work-life balance there. Also, don't tell anyone that I said I don't want to work at Rockstar. I shouldn't be ruling anything out right now. Let's not burn any bridges your very first day of unemployment, shall we? Just gonna start talking crap about all these game companies. That would be awesome. I'm honestly pretty safe from that, just because I really don't look down on minigame companies. I've been in the industry 22 years. I know how hard it is to run and manage a game studio smoothly. It's like practically impossible. So all the ones that have problems, they're usually for understandable reasons. sometimes it's like one legitimately evil, greedy person, but that's actually really rare. Most people really are in it because they love games and want to make awesome games. It's just really hard to do that. The Hutt River? What? It's the Hutt River? Is it owned by Java? Bet you've never heard that joke before. Badam ching. You also have Riverdale near you, and Helm's Deep was filmed in a quarry not far from you either. That's so cool. So cool. Alright, Shugun, have a good rest. Have a good day, night. Or night, day. Whichever way you happen to swing. I don't judge. Nate, did you ever get to visit any of the sets while they were filming or anything? I was an extra on a couple TV shows that film in Portland. One called Grimm and one called The Librarians. In both of them, you could barely see me. But you could see me better on The Librarians. It's in the Dorian Gray episode where they're in like a nightclub in London. Spoiler, it was actually filmed in Portland. Wah wah. It's really hilarious filming in a dance club because it has to be quiet on the set, but there's supposed to be loud dance music blaring. So it's like between every take, they play, you know, some kind of club music with a beat, boom, 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 and then they're like, and silent, but everyone's supposed to keep like moving and dancing as though the beat's still going. So you get some hilariously out of sync people in those scenes. If you know to look for that, you'll see it in every scene that takes place in a club or concert or whatever. Unit says, yes and no, I had a friend who was a fire alarm tech and he had a call out and brought me along to one of the warehouses where they were filming in. He was allowed in, I had to wait outside. Oh, bummer. Did they film Jackson's last movie around there too? The Driving Cities one? What was it called? Something Machines? Probably not Micro Machines. That one, it makes sense. Micro Machines, the movie. Just figured no one in America knew how to dance. That's probably also true. At least, no one in Portland. Mortal Engines, yeah. Mostly green screen. Yeah, that's pretty much what they all are these days. All those big kind of epic ones now. Almost done filling up my son's hair. You do it. Anonymous. Uh-oh. Who could it be? I'm guessing it's either a huge celebrity or the President of the United States. Thanks for following, Anonymous. I appreciate it. It's fun to do art when you get to hang out and chat with people. It's like way better. Way, way better. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Now, what was I doing? Wait. Bowen, thanks for following. Mr. and or Mrs. and or somewhere in between Bowen. Need to make sure none of these drips are gonna ruin anything. No drippy ruins, please. That's all I ask. Okay, so I'm just gonna do white cracks of these boys. So does beer, but then the art is abstract. I've never tried to art while intoxicated. But then I rarely get intoxicated, so... I don't strike you as a drinker? Why is that? I think most people assume I'm like a massive substance abuse user. Is that not, sorry, substance user, not abuser. I mean, probably some people assume abuser as well, but they take one look at me and they're like, oh my god, this guy's a drug dealer or a wannabe rock star. I'm like, no, I just cut my own hair and this is how it ended up looking, and it was like different enough that I was happy with it, so that's how I look now. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Far too placid and kind-hearted. Come on, heavy drinkers can be placid and kind-hearted. I know a few. Hey Damon, how's it going? Croc bugged on you. So, still that instance to finish. I'm gonna do it. It's not my fault. You can't fire me. Yep. That's what happened. Mo stormed into my office. He was like, Krauk is bugged again, Josh. You're fired. Oh, wait. Awkward. I love making it awkward. That's like my favorite thing. You know that. Bloody! Thanks for the follow. Raid? Who's raiding? What? Man, you know how hard I tried to get SAB to come back? So hard, that's how. Oh, you know how hard I tried to get white paint on my black shirt? So hard. No, wait, I didn't try to do that at all. Thanks for the love, Dakota. Mox Vidal with Party 25. Hey, welcome, guys. Welcome. I was just, you know, my stream specializes in wiping water on my nipple. That's what people really come here for. And so I'm just going to do that right now. And then between nipple washings, I'll do some art here and there. Oh man, this is super opaque. You're right. More water. More water. Oh god. Yeah, it's kind of like ASMR, but more about cleanliness and nipples. Okay, if that's not enough water, I don't know what is. Yes, Colorado, this is quality stream. I don't know if you were being facetious, but this is what it looks like. When you see a quality stream, it looks like this. Krivik says, you're the only one at Arena creating jumping puzzles? Question. I kind of missed them in the last content releases. I hope they come back. No, I definitely was not the only one. I'm the one, I will take full credit for inventing them. Like, literally, as far as I know, no other game was doing them before Guild Wars 2. And no one at the company was doing them. And I was like, I like jumping on things. I'm going to make places to jump on things. And then it kind of took off. But yeah, almost all the environment artists have done at least several jumping puzzles. Maybe even some good ones. I won't give up on Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles just yet. Hey, thanks for the sub, Nessie, and Pollardera, and Zesh. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Hacks Notice. Man, I'm just missing them left and right. Okay, let me make sure I got them all. And I'm going to pronounce them perfectly. Peralda. Rhymes with Geraldo. Hacks Notice. Zesh. Nessie. You wore my SAV skins tonight in my honor. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I would be in there checking it out, but man, I just need to distract myself. I need to emotionally manage right now. Cities, thanks for the follow as well. Moonshiki says, I'm doing the Clockwork Tower every year. Excellent. Mounts broke a lot of puzzles. Yes, they did, and I was super not happy about that. Oh my god, we're getting gifts? Oh, okay, people are getting gift subs. I gotcha. I see what's happening here. And I appreciate it, and I love you. Hacks Notice, thanks for the follow. Warwolf Equil Guild Wars 2. Yes, I have a very generous friend who likes to make me feel incredibly awkward by subbing everyone who visits. Moonshiki, thanks for the sub. Women's 13. Holy cow, I'm gonna be a... What is it that comes after affiliate? Whatever that is, I'm gonna be one of those soon. Twitch is actually gonna pay me money or something. It's gonna be amazing. Zish, thanks for the follow. I mean, since you've been given a sub, you might as well see what the heck it's all about, right? I gotta scrub this white down. Moonshiki, thank you for following. Partner, that's what it is. Yeah, before you know it, I'll be a partner. How many art streamers are actually partners? It seems like that's awfully hard to do. Silent Daddy 69 says mounts gliding should be disabled near any jumpy puzzle. They're sacred. I agree. Sacred. They are in some, right? I mean, there are some places where we did that. It's just awkward to do that when it's like such a cool feature to add to the game and then be like, oh, but you can't use it here in these places where you really want to. Art is a dying art form. Good one. Oh wait, someone, what were they saying? I came here from the Reddit post. There's a Reddit post? Oh, is that why there's so many people visiting tonight? Awesome, I appreciate that. I have not been up on things. Polarada says, did you make the OS puzzle 2? I ganked mini a noob there. Good times. Remind me what OS is. My brain is fried right now. Dakota says, we actually have a dedicated speedrunning community around the jumping puzzles. I'm currently 3 seconds off a world record on Wayne's Revenge, and that is without mounts or skill use. Wow. That's awesome. That was probably my favorite jumping puzzle to make because I got to do it all. Like, I mean, all of it. Most of the props in there I built. The maze, I animated the little flying light to guide you through. I wrote the script. Like, for what the pirate says to you where. That was just super awesome. I don't know why they let me do all that stuff, but it was cool that I did. So that's like USDA Prime Josh right there. Are actually, well, the ones when the creative category became a thing. Twitch partnered a lot of artists to help push the category. Oh, okay. I'm glad they're pushing that category. I didn't know they were doing that. Most of the artists that I know that are on are like nowhere near, you know, anywhere close to what game streamers are. Although, I'm sure most game streamers don't have giant audiences either. It's just... Obsidian Sanctum. World v World on... Oh no, that was Tears of Bauer. The lady who likes cheeseburgers. Oh man, I'm gonna miss Tirza. She's so awesome. We would doodle at lunch. And by doodle I mean she would produce professional concept art on the side for fun. And I would work on pictures for my book most days. Way to make me sad by bringing up Tirza, you guys. Jeez. No, I'm just kidding. Maya Het says, I started playing Guild Wars 2 a long time ago, mostly because of jumping puzzles. Thank you for making them. You're welcome. That's one of the few things that I will just straight up give myself a pat on the back for. They would not have existed without me. Most things I'll be like, I'll demur, because it's true. It's a huge team, a lot of contributors, a lot of amazing talent. It's not a one-man show for anything. But that, and like SAB, I would also say, would obviously not exist without me. It was my idea. I was the coordinator for the team. But, you know, we had a team of 7 or 8 at various times who were all incredibly talented. Huh. That's got a really nice kind of noise to the texture on there. Jakuta says, I can clear it in 46 seconds, and that's without ever jumping down into the puzzle. Nice. World record is 43 seconds. Wow. I think the post about you leaving is the most upvoted post on Guild Wars 2 Reddit right now. A lot of people have strong feelings about you. Oh, that's sweet. I mean, I've been there a long time, but lots of people have been there a long time, so it's very special to hear that. Starts at the waypoint outside. Really? How do you do that in 40-something seconds? That sounds impossible. Max Vidal, what am I working on? I'm working on a sculptural bust of a character, the main character from the book that I'm working on, coming out April 1st. Good reminder, please go to my website. It's in the link. And sign up for my newsletter and find out when the book comes out. I mean, you'll know the book comes out April 1st, but be the first to be able to pre-order it or something, whatever I figure out in the next couple days. Fantasy action adventure in a world that I've been world building on for nigh on 20 years now. Well, that's not the amount of white I wanted there, is it? Who doesn't like cheeseburgers? I mean, some people, but Tirza especially likes cheeseburgers. Oh, Peralta, I'm just kidding. I like to think about Tirza and all my dear friends. And you know what? The industry is small and turnovers happen frequently. I would not be surprised if I get to work with most of them again someday. That's right, Crispin Nick. I made this. Just put that on everything. Josh Foreman. I made this. Renate82 says, SAB and jumping puzzles, the two things that make Guild Wars amaze balls and help the game start out. Thanks. Yeah, it was such a wacky thing. What's ironic, a friend of mine at work mentioned this the other day, is that Super Adventure Box is literally the only thing out of, well, I mean, under India I can't say, but a large amount of projects that were, you know, incubated within the company to hopefully, you know, either live inside or outside of Guild Wars 2. Like, it's literally the only thing that ever launched and made it out into the wild, so I'm proud of that. And I'm glad it continues to live on in Guild Wars 2. I have high hopes for Guild Wars 2. I think, you know, of all the strategies ArenaNet has tried to make new stuff, you know, a lot of that was pulling important people such as myself away from Guild Wars 2 for long periods of time. That won't be a problem anymore. Guild Wars 2 is definitely the priority now. Alright, I'm going to say that's fine. Okay, now I'm going to do this guy. Oh wow, 44 viewers, nice. I haven't had this many since I started the channel. Who's the PewDiePie of Twitch? Is that Ninja? Is that what he's called? I'm gonna be competing with Ninja soon. With my my nipple wiping and my painting. I sure hope my shirt's okay. I really shouldn't have, I really should have changed. Usually I end up wearing my jacket out here because it's pretty cold this time of year. And I just forgot. I was so excited to get out here and start arting. Start on the back. Catter says, vast majority of my game deaths are in Trib. Coincidentally, mine too. Dakota says, I send you a link to the world record run via message and you can check it out later. Cool, yeah, I want to see that. I'm curious. David says, man, I step away to tuck my kids in and look at everyone show up. Yeah, it's because you were gone. Hey, Big White Shogun. You are the second Shogun in the stream tonight. Woke up to the greatest news. Yeah, it's great news. Moonshiki says, now I am in stream with my two favorite people from Guild Wars 2. The one who made the hardest JP and the girl who did all the video guides to help me if I get stuck. Nice. Yeah, isn't NDA stupid? I should just be able to say whatever I want about anything. SAB2 standalone. I've got the design doc, man. I just need someone to give me the money. Why does ANET cancel so many projects? That I cannot speak to, other than to say, making games is hard, y'all. You should try it sometime. It's really hard. You wouldn't think so, because there's an awful lot of them out there. But I guess if you want to make something that's going to be truly groundbreaking and great, you give yourself an awful lot of pressure. And that means stopping and retrying too many times. That is not an ArenaNet exclusive thing. That is everywhere that feels that kind of pressure to do something like that. Please do not take any of the words that I say about game making in general as indicative of something specific to ArenaNet. I've worked at 5 companies, and I've literally never quit a job. 5 game studios, never quit. Soul Delta says, Josh, did you do the inaccessible jumping puzzle under Caledon Forest? Out of the 4 jumping puzzles in that zone, the 5th one was always my favorite. Such a varied and beautiful area. Oh man, it's hard to answer questions about original areas just because the names of the maps when we were working on them were different than what they ended up being, and I am familiar with them by their development names. Let's see, what was Caledon Forest? I don't think I did any that ended up inaccessible. Life Synthesizer subscribed. Hey, thanks, Life Synthesizer. Viking Blood says, hey dude, just wanted to say I'm sorry about what happened. Next soba beer on me. Or Diet Coke. Cool. Yeah. Sounds good. Appreciate it. The Foreign Hunter says, I love that unreleased one. That's pretty funny. And a sub-flurry. Wait, Damon, that sub-flurry wasn't from you? I thought the last time I had a sub-flurry, it was because you wanted to make me feel embarrassed. And paid a lot of money to do so. Peralta says, Josh Foreman is the Pewds of Twitch. Yes, please continue to refer to me as the Pewds. I love that. Oh, Mox Vidal, it's you. Chris Binyaki says, me too. Big White Shogun says, nah, Ninja is long gone from the top 5, I think. Oh, really? Alright, well, I'm always out of date on these things. Top tier nipple wiping content. Okay, yeah, that'll get him every time. I'm tempted to do it again because it doesn't look like all the paint is out. Although at this point, maybe I just need to... I don't know what you do about white paint. Awesome one, awesome something. Thanks for coming and checking it out. Community Battle 3 confirmed on Kickstart. Not that I know of. Big White Shogun says, what do you mean second? I'm the Shogun, so I have to be first. Oh, that's a good point. Move to Canada so you can't, they can't enforce NDA. Yeah, the strange thing about the video game industry is that it's international, and once you start breaking NDA, it's kind of hard to find jobs for some reason. People don't want to hire folks who break NDAs. I know that's weird. But what would you call a creative with zero ability? As much as I would love to be able to create video games, the body will not allow it. Oh, I'm in what you would call a creative with zero ability. Okay. Twitch Evans, thanks for following. Oh man, I hope that's actually Rich Evans from Red Letter Media. That would really make my day. I get the feeling he doesn't actually watch Twitch, though. Decocha says, I think in the next few years we'll see developers getting rid of publishers. I know Bungie got away from Activision recently. Yeah, my carpool buddy, well, I guess ex-carpool buddy now, works at Bungie. I'm definitely going to look into that little arrangement. I wouldn't mind working on a gorgeous game like Les Destinées. Having a publisher used to have its merits when physical packaging was required to get a product out, but even a small indie team can manage things digitally now. Yeah, I mean, the same thing in indie publishing, right? Like, I'm indie publishing my book, and, like, all the writers that I know who use publishers, they're still, like, arranging all their own tours and paying for all their own, or, like, a lot of their like, they're pretty much doing everything an indie author has to do. And I'm like, what is the point then? Yeah, so I'm very happy to be self-publishing right now. Games are harder when you need hundreds of people to do a thing. Having the resources of a publisher, No, you make a good point that, you know, again, I've been in the industry 22 plus years, so I still have a lot of kind of old assumptions that I need to reevaluate. Crispin Yaki says that would explain why there are so many carbon copy games out there and the recent Battle Royale craze. Yep. Viking Blonde asking where I was before ArenaNet. I was in... okay, so just before ArenaNet, I should know this, I just had to redo my resume. Outrage Games, where we made Descent 3, Alter Echo, also contributed to Red Faction 2, because Volition was our sister company, so worked on the ports for that. Before that, I was at a place that did, like, wrote tutorials for software, so I wrote Photoshop tutorials. Before that, I was at Synergistic Software, a division of Sierra Online. We were working, they did the first expansion pack to Diablo called Hellfire, and then they were spinning up to do a Lord of the Rings Diablo game. You know, basically Diablo, but with the Lord of the Rings franchise, which Sierra had the game rights to at the time. And then before that, I was at Humongous making little kids games. They're best known for things like Freddy Fish, Pajama Sam, Putt Putt the Car, Spy Fox. Not Spry Fox, that's a different company now. Paladra is saying Silvari Starting Zone. Okay, yeah, that's actually one of the few maps I did not work on, strangely enough. The Cabbage Patch. Yep. Cool Viking Blonde. Yeah, I have been meaning to get out to the Sobas. I'm always like, yes, I'm definitely going to the next one. And then when it pops up, I'm like, oh my god, I have to get this thing finished for this other thing. And it makes me sad. But, hey, yours is a good reminder to get out to the next one. And so it wasn't you this time, Damon. Okay. Well, someone else is incredibly generous, and I super appreciate it. And I'm not... different people said it me. And I don't know if they were replying to who was doing all the gifting. Whoever did all the gifting, just say I did a bunch of gifting so I could know, so I can be super appreciative to you. I'm sure there's a way I could look it up on the back end, but I'm super dumb at Twitch. Don't know how to do it yet. Yeah, Damon, Man, you're so cool. He always has my back. Like, he knows when things are extra stressful and sad and rough. And, helps out. My Patreon support bumped up recently. And, Twitch is getting a big bump, so I'm, yeah. And apparently there's a thread about me on Reddit, so this is all very heartening. I think I'll do a video for my YouTube channel about, you know, getting laid off and what that means for the future of the channel and everything. Spoiler, it means I don't know yet, but but also, hey, I've got a book coming out and you should pre-order it. Because, like, the more signals I get that this kind of, you know, my platform on the side, Breath of Life development, that has a future, the more secure we can all feel in a lot of ways. So, super appreciate it. Canadians will never know if you leak an American. Oh, so you're saying I speak American so the Canadians can't understand me. I gotcha. Twitch Evans, you wish you were Rich Evans? I mean, I don't know. He's gonna die of a heart attack soon, most likely. Or diabetes. They never repaired your VCR? Yeah, I know, it takes them. You'd think for being lightning fast, they would be faster at it, but no. And yeah, it's probably because they're a bunch of hacks. You could tell them I said so. Jack actually, I asked him for a critique of this comedy skit that I put on my channel, and he was like really thoughtful and gave really good feedback. I love that guy. Regenerate 82 says, you ever get to meet Wooden Potatoes? What did he look like? Yeah, I met him. He looks like a very normal guy. I told him I expected he was going to be like the Hunchback or Elephant Man or something. But no, he's just a normal guy. I don't know why he's so insecure about his looks. Probably because it's the internet, you know. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're a creator, a lot of people make snap judgments about the way you look and then comment thusly. And it can feel bad, man. In my case, I love it. I think it's hilarious when people mischaracterize me or make assumptions based on the way I look. On that gummy worm video, I remember my favorite comment was a guy who said, so this middle-aged fat emo hipster is in charge of Living World? No wonder it sucks. It's like, well, you got a quarter of it right. I am middle-aged. Cannot deny. Jumping puzzles in Destiny 3 confirmed. That's right. Please spread the rumors that I now work at Bungie. And then they have to hire me, right? Because those rumors are out there. That's how that works, I'm pretty sure. By popular demand. Josh Foreman works on Destiny. Yeah, Rip Sierra indeed. Big White Shogun says, what the heck, I just see a list of people who ANET lost today. Did they lose their bloody minds? What the hairy heck is this really sad and dark day? Boy, well, you both butchered what you wrote, and I butchered how I said it, so we're equal. Damon says, Rip Sierra, still have my Hellfire CD around. Oh, really? Wow. Peralda brought the subs. Okay. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. It's been a super rough couple of days, and that is a true gift to me, and I truly feel deeply appreciation and love. Thank you. Renate says, can confirm Damon is a cool dude. Nice. I like the confirmation. I mean, I already felt that way, but it's good to get a second opinion, you know. It's like when you get a bad diagnosis, you should get a second opinion. Or when you get a good diagnosis. Alright, did we get it all? Well, Damon, if you didn't want to be loved just for your peanut brittle, you wouldn't give it out so freely and abundantly. Consider that. Ruby Wooby Doo! Ruby Wooby Doo! Hello, how you doing? Hi, welcome. Takuda says, don't forget to update your LinkedIn. Yeah, I've been working on that, been working on my resume. I'm looking at it now to look at your past work. Cool, dude. Let me know if you have any feedback on, like, stuff that I need to fix or change. Ruby Wooby Doo says, I'm seriously bad at keeping up with Twitter, so I had no idea you stream, lol. I'm glad I could catch this one. Hey, that's cool, yeah. Meerkat, bro hugs. Bro hugs to you back. Ruby Wooby Doo says, what the YouTube comments never cease to amaze. Moon Chicky says, I like the hair, lol, and it's not because it looks like it's from an anime. Yeah, it's so ironic. I cut my own hair and style it, and it ended up this way, and I liked it, and I don't even like anime. But, life is weird. Dakoda says, let people know you work on Destiny now? Don't tip me. Be right back, gonna drop that hot tip to Kotaku now. Damon says, it's Rapunzel. Polarada says, Josh, I think your chat is scrolled up a bit maybe. Yeah, sorry, I'm fixing it now. That or he has like 15-minute delay. No, it scrolled up and then didn't manage to scroll all the way down. Focusing on the paint and catching up with the chat. Will be hilarious if he scrolled up and then realizes it would be so priceless. Oh, so priceless. Starmaster, thanks for following. Thank y'all. Lishy 1 of 5 says the statue is cool, but it gives me major vaporware vibes. I'm not making the mental connection there, but it could be because I've only had 10 hours of sleep in the past 4 days. So you may have to explain your joke to me, which I know always makes it extra funny. Oh, thanks. Yep, here I am in the present. Chilling with y'all in the present. It's nice. Dakota says, that is one thing that has proven to work for me. Most of the people I recommend back and say something nice on my behalf as well. You have cookies in the present? What? Too many consonant or syllable. Wait, consonants, vowels. Too many vowels. I couldn't read it. Sorry. But welcome. Big White Shogun says, you know what I liked Destiny 2 a lot, but I definitely would love it more if there was SAB in it. I agree. That should be my pitch. I will come to your company and put Super Adventure Fox into Destiny. First-person jumping puzzles. You know what? Honestly, first-person jumping puzzles are no worse than jumping puzzles in the Guild Wars 2 engine, so... Macintosh plus vaporware is a genre of music. It's often memed with something called Simpson Wave. Also, is that soapstone? Oh, gotcha, the genre. Okay, I thought you meant... So vaporware is like when you're making a piece of software or game or whatever, and people hear about it and it gets famous, and then it ends up never coming out. That's what I know vaporware as a developer. I forgot there was a genre named after that. Thank you for that reminder. I just saw a really good video by Chris Franklin, whom I support via Patreon, about an indie game that used vaporware music. I think that was the style he was talking about. Arium like aquarium. Oh, okay. Cool. Now I know, and I'll try not to forget, but I probably will. Also, 10 hours of sleep over the last 96 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep well tonight, trust me. Don't trust me. This is my first unemployed day. I came home, I opened the door, and I walked into a house that now has 4 adults with 0 jobs. My wife can't work anymore due to her illness. My brother can't work anymore due to his illness. My son can't work due to his incompetence. To be fair, he's 19, and he'll get better. He's currently working on a video for the channel of our little trip that we took over the summer around the Southwest, and we're going to be fighting space invaders, and it's going to be awesome as soon as he gets around to actually finishing it. And then he'll get a job doing video editing and special effects, and it'll be great. Ruby Wooby Doo says, when I think of vaporware, I think of little paper cups. Huh, okay. Dakota says, okay, I shortened it some. Maybe it will go through. Uh-oh. I don't know what you shortened. If I scroll back up, I'll be lost forever. Vaporwave, not vaporware. Okay, thank you, much better. I recommend finding your colleagues who also left a net on LinkedIn and recommend them for future work. You can also leave nice comments that potential employers will see. They may just return the favor. Yes. Vaporwave is defined by its aesthetic. Right. Yeah, the kind of retro 90s, early internet, GeoCities website looking stuff. Yes. I'll try to remember that's a genre now. Too old for this shiznit, you know, as they say in the movies. Yep, rip Shane. Lord K4G3, thank you for following. Thank you very much. Did your joke get lost, Ruby Wooby Doo? Okay, Vaporwave reminds you of the cups because the cups have that cyan and pink little squiggle that's part of the aesthetic of Vaporwave. I got it now. I got it. I'm following. I think we found the limit of chat that Josh can keep up with. Yeah, we never hit it before. What do you know? What do you know? Well, this is like almost good as it is. I mean, I want to do some touch-ups, but I'm actually really liking this piece. Let's see. Let's get the whole thing How about focused? Would you like to see it focused? Yeah. All right, see you, Ruby Blackblade. Ryu Blackblade. Blah 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 blah. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Vaporwave is awesome, according to NG Skuga. Falcon07 cheered with 500. Woo! Says I haven't been able to keep up with your stream much, but wanted to say I love SAB and thanks for all the rage Tribulation Mode gave me. You're welcome. You're welcome. Some people get it, some people don't. It's always nice that some people get it. You know, interestingly, this doesn't end up looking too bad either. Like, it looks really dark in the video because of the light balance, but it does look like some old bronze. There's a subreddit called our Vaporwave Aesthetic. Let's see. Do you think Vaporwave is mostly copyright free? Purple Gray, thanks for the subscribe. Okay, let's see. Royalty free Vaporwave music. 3 hours of Vaporwave ad free, no, royalty free Vaporwave. Let's go to this one. All right, here we go. We're learning new stuff. This fat middle-aged emo hipster is learning about the genre. Okay, well, where was I going after this? I got base coats on. Did I want to try to do... Okay, I'm going to do a test on this. It's probably not going to work, but I'm going to try it. No, not copper, not gold. Old bronze. Here we go. Ye olde bronze, true metal. Inchi Skoga says, taking people into SAB Trib without telling them anything was my favorite thing. That's delightful. I'm glad people are doing that. and then you hang back, right? You let them run out there and just smash their face into it. Not that bright. Trying to find the softest brush in the world right now. Is this one? This is technically a shade brush, but I feel like it'll work well for this metal. Dakota says, Bungie looking for rigging tech artist, but looking at job description it seems complicated. Yeah, that's actually one of my big limitations is I'm not super technically inclined. And the art part of a lot of art jobs in the industry now require a lot of technical skill. It's I mean it's a real thing where you get aged out if you don't keep up. It's like I didn't become less talented, it's just like what's required changed. Excuse me. You do software solutions, so that's saying something. Yeah, I can have good, like, conversations with people about technical issues, and I can follow. Like I've been working on, new engine development and stuff like that, but man, if you want me to actually like do the technical thing, I am a wreck. But you set me down with a palette of tools that I understand, and I could do awesome things. Panda Smith, thanks for the sub. One of my favorite early Guild Wars 2 vids was always Matt Visual's World 1 playthrough with like 500 deaths. Yeah. Love Matt Visual. Cool dude. Any of you guys listen to the podcast he's on, the Dad and Sons? It's pretty good. Pretty good gaming podcast. Issue 15 says, Home makes really good vaporware music. But do you know if it is royalty free? Because I have to, since I upload this to YouTube, I will often get my video blocked if I don't have royalty free music in there. Oh, interesting. I'm getting some of that white mixed in. That's no good. Okay, this isn't truly dry. Purple Gray, you've seen, listen to Dad and Sons. Who's the dad and who's the sons? We don't know yet. Hopefully we find out. Big White Shogun says, grown up 28-year-old man, and I feel on the edge of crying. I feel like a part of my family was taken away from me today. Yeah? Yeah? Feel you, man. A lot of really sad people today. But, you know, you and me can always hang out here. So that's cool. Dakota says, seems closer to your kind of technical than mine, though, so you'd probably be fine. Maybe. Wayar says, oh man, I only played SAB after it returned as a yearly festival, but it's been such a thrill to farm World 1 Trib mode to get the weapons. Lots of love to you, Josh. Thank you. Purple Gray says, the audience gets to decide who are the dads and who are the sons. I know, but I still feel like there's some deep lore that's going to emerge eventually. It's going to set us all in our places. Dakota says, this is what it says. It's a lot of stuff I have zero clue about. Bungie's looking for talented rigging tech artists to join our team. Do you ever use MacGyver techniques to get art to function and behave in spectacular ways with what you have available to you? Batteries, feather, and duct tape not included. When you use 3D animation software, do you find yourself gravitating towards the script editor to automate and extend the functionality in ways never before imagined by humans? If so, you might just be who we're looking for. Nope, that is absolutely the opposite of me. Thanks, though. Very much the opposite of me. Let's see, what if I hit just the tips of this? Yeah, when the extended Dad and Sons podcast universe comes out, you'll probably have to like watch all of them, or a Victious. Hey, thanks for following. I'm hoping to find the perfect finish for this on one of these small boys before I move to the big boy, because he's going to be the book cover model. I'm going to photograph him the the statue. That's how all my Tales from Talifar books are going to be arted. It's going to be Spiral Chasm. Thanks for following. It's going to have the main character on the cover as a statue bust, which I will make in real life, which I will have available for prizes or sale or what have you. At first I was going to try to illustrate them, and it was just like, you know what, I really need to just play to my strengths. I am a sculptor, first and foremost. So why not just put a sculpture on the cover? Feels pretty convincing to me. Evil Skink, hey, thanks for the sub. Thank you. Big White Shogun says, my girlfriend asked me to tell you that she loves your sculptures. She's been watching your stream while I was sleeping, and she loves how it's turning out. Oh, thanks. Tell her thanks. Ruby Wooby-Doo says, man, I do rigging and I don't even know how to mess with the scripts. You just gotta learn Python is all. Just learn Python. Okay, so I didn't like how the old bronze looked over that, but now I'm gonna try just like a, not quite matte, but a brown. Let's use a slightly higher quality paint, please. Purple, black, red. Where's my brown? KazzyB59, thanks for following. Oh my gosh, you guys, let me get my paint! Stop following me! I'm just kidding. Thank you. Relics04, thank you, thank you, thank you. Be right with you. Huh. That's not gonna work at all. Okay, fine. Cheap old paint it is. Oh no, wait. Here's this Reaper. This looks very old. Muddy brown. Okay, that'll work for me. Lishy15 says I work with Python for my own project and I'm developing it and I still hate it. I know, Scola is gonna spread all over the Twitches. I can't wait. Thanks for 9 months, Evil Skink. That's amazing. Thank you. Dakota says Rockstar Games looking for senior illustrator. Too bad their headquarters is in New York. I once pitched a game to them in New York. At their offices in New York in the year, guess the year, 2001, guess the month, September, guess the date. I can't remember the exact date, but I think it was literally 7 days before 9/11. Our studio, Interplay, stopped paying us, and we were looking for a new publisher, and so I was the art lead on the game, and so me and the program lead went off to New York to pitch to 5 different publishers out there, and they were one of them. And they were pretty excited about the game, and then, you know, 9/11 happened, and no one was excited about new anything. Oh yeah, thanks for asking. I hope to be selling stuff like within a couple of months. Like these I'm molding and casting them so I can sell them. You know, that's cool. Paul Dress is 61 viewers. Wow, that is definitely a record for me. All I gotta do, apparently, is get fired every day, and I will have tremendous success on Twitch. Seems like a good business strategy. David says, sad it took this, but man, he's usually lucky to be around 15 viewers. Oh, thanks. Make you feel all embarrassed and tiny. No, but it's true. Yeah. Sometimes I have like 3 viewers. Nintendo. Man, I don't know that. I have several friends over there, and I am not saying anything bad about it when I say I just don't have any desire to work on the stuff they're working on there. Like Nintendo Japan, sure. Jebro Uni, hey, thanks. Thanks, Lishy. Dakuta says, it seems like your kind of thing for real though. Strong working knowledge with Photoshop, drawing, and Flash, Adobe Creative Suite is a plus, etc. I think I heard you say you did tutorials for Photoshop, so I'd like to think you'd be qualified. But that was a concept artist? Is that what that role was for? The competition for concept artist is probably the highest in the industry. Maybe character artist is higher. I mean, on the art side. I don't know what it's like for programming. Yeah, I am not good enough at illustrating to be a concept artist at a AAA studio. Jebro University! How's it going, man? Think I can make a killing on Twitch? I'm all for it. Sign me up. Sign me up for killing on Twitch. 1 killing, please. Flaugden, thanks for the sub. Oh, hey, thanks for hosting me. Nisi says, where do we find out about your book and website? There should be links to my website at the down there. I don't know if it's down there when you're on your phone. I mean, it must be. Where else would it be? And if you go to my website, you can check out the Tales from Talifar section, and that has lots of stuff about like the creatures there and stuff. But the most important thing you can do is there'll be a pop-up to sign up for my newsletter, and the newsletter is a very rare event. I never spam you, but like when the book is ready, that's the very first, people who will know, and the best way to keep up to date with like the serious things that are going on. Not Theus. I don't know if I can believe that that's not Theus. But thanks for following. 90 viewers. Wow. Spiking and dropping. That's fun. Jebro University says, sorry, it was actually 30 viewers or so lurking from earlier. That's cool. Now 75. Spoke too soon. Oh, you got my hopes up. Did my playlist run out? Sad playlist. It did. Okay, let's go back. No. Here we go. Okay. Back to the epic music. I like the vaporwave though. Ola, thanks for following. There are no two true AAA studios left. They're all making poor bad choices these days. Flaugen. Thanks. Man, I'll tell you something. Something is going on in the industry. What is it? I don't know. Derpy Moa, thank you for following. Yep, that's right. I'm on to you, not Thews. I know you're actually Thews. Tail Lippo, thanks for the sub. Okay, yeah, get out there and find me 10 more, 10 more viewers to make it 90, please. If I break the 3 digits, though, holy cow, that'll mean something. Paladra is gifting a tier 1 sub to Josh Foreman's community. They gifted a total of 6 to the channel. Oh, wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Glorfinidel. Thank you, thank you. Apostrophe said, just give a sneak peek of whatever the last of SAB and the views will come. Whatever is last. You know what? I would like to work in the video game industry again, so I probably should not break NDA. Magic Penguin says, we need more pizza up in here. Alright, dude, get on it. That's your job. Your official pizza delivery duty. You need to get it all over the world now. Rise of the Indies. Yeah, that'd be cool. Lucifer rating with a party of 21. Hey, Blue! Thanks for stopping by. I love getting rated on days where I'm sad. It makes me less sad. Thrill House, thanks for following. So that's the secret of the Wizard's Tower. You know, I will say something about Wizard's Tower. When I put the Wizard's Tower in that map, I was under the impression that we were going to visit it at launch or soon after. And I had plans for it. Hey, Pocket Duck, thanks for following. And I feel confident that it will still happen at some point. No promises, obviously, but I have confidence. Make your own SAB and release it? Sure. Pay for that. That'd be great. Evil Skink says, time for someone to make a new game studio? Someone who does things in the old good way? Be nice. Thanks for the heart, Blue. You are amazing. Lucifer reads books online on the Twitches, and she's super good at it and pulls you into the story, and then we talk about those books and the themes and the meanings and the character. It's so good. It's such a great channel, you guys. Subscribe, please, to Lucifer. And to boot, she's a kick-ass conceptual editor and story developer who's been helping me with Tales from Talifar. 100 reached. Woo! We're over 112. Killing it. I mean, that's it. This is the strategy. I just have to get fired every day. I'm on it. I just need to find a new company to work for by tomorrow, get laid off by the end of the day, get 100 more viewers. My viewers are over 9,000! That's right, you got that insider information here. Josh Foreman, ex-employee, is confident that something will happen. Rashla, thanks for following. Oh man, I got swamped. Wing 7 raid is the Wizard Tower. You heard it straight from Josh. Yes, please tell everyone that I'm giving away, that I'm breaking NDA. That would be super helpful to my future job prospects. Make a game called Super Josh Box. Okay. Geror, thanks for hosting me. Thank you, thank you. Jabro University says, in all honesty, if you said you were going to create a SAB type game, I'll bet you would get funding on Kickstarter. Yeah, man, the thing that sucks is living in the US, health insurance is like the only thing that's important to me right now because my wife has a rare disease that's, she requires a lot of surgeries, and she needs specialists and a care network that she's built up over the past 10 years. So, like, I can't just, like, see to my pants it. I have to work at a big company that has amazing insurance, or she's in more pain every day than she needs to be. She's already in pain every day. She would be in more pain. But I do love the idea of making my own little games. I've got 1 million game design documents in my folder, waiting for the day that can happen. Celebrity subs. Okay, yes please. I'll take it. Lishy15 says, let's get the Kickstarter rolling for Josh Foreman's Ultra Adventure Box. I was going to call it Super Adventure World. Super Josh Box, yes. Moon Chic says, there's so much stuff I'm waiting for years, like someone finally give that Asura and Radasum his flux compensator or something so that he can finish his gate. Hey African Diva, how's it going? Yes, everyone click on Lucifer and go to her channel and sub or follow or both. She's amazing. Evil Skink says, what's in the dish? The paint. Well, what's the white? It was lighter paint that I used to do the wash over this piece. AJ Bucky says, I just told my sisters that you should lose your job more often. They said I'm terrible. Well, you know I appreciate Gallows humor, so it's all good. You can kick me while I'm down all you want, as long as it's funny. Claudra says, you can work for me for a day, and then I'll lay you off for the hundo viewers. African Diva says, sorry, Josh, I'd hire you to narrate my comic book if you want. Sweet. Dror is hosting. Again, thank you. Big White Shogun is... I can't click on it. There's too many things to do. Hunter712 is following. Thank you. Joku Stamino says, I spent the day laying on the couch staring at the ceiling after I got laid off a few years ago. My props to you for getting up and doing something. You know, I have a convention I'm preparing for, and I have a next Saturday, and I have a book that is due to come out April 1st. So I don't have time to sit and wallow. Though I wouldn't mind doing that. Yeah, I mean, emotionally I'm just all over the place. I process things funny. March Small says, what are you painting? What type of paint are you using? I'm using acrylic paints. I'm painting Beaumark from my book, The Scarred King, which is coming out April 1st. You should go to my website and subscribe to my newsletter, and you'll know when it comes out and be alerted. Rashla says, was your image on Twitter with your jacket Garen Lagon reference, or am I reading too much into it? It was an Incredible Hulk, like the show from the 70s, where the sad piano music plays at the end of every episode, and he just like wanders down the road. I think it got made re-famous by Family Guy a decade or so ago. Fire Soul, thanks for following. And sorry I missed whoever followed before that. Lishy says, have you considered VFX? Your sculpting is impeccable. That's actually originally why I went to school. Eric's TGS, thanks for following. I got a degree in industrial design specifically so I could do animatronics in movies. And that was in the mid-90s, and then all the special effects turned to CG and got super technical. Eden, Lilith, thanks for following. So then I got into games. Super Adventure Duck, ready for a standalone SAB game. Yeah, I don't want my game name to be sad. Life Synthesizer, thanks for the sub. Apostrophe says, better name, Incredible Josh Container. Perfect. AJ says, if you become a billionaire author, health insurance won't be an issue. That's right, I could afford it myself. African Diva, you cannot afford to be giving me 15 cheers. How dare you? You stop it. Render Geek 13 says, my dry brushing is lovely. I don't know. I'm still in the process of experimenting, trying to find a good finish for these guys. I still don't know what I like best yet. We'll see. Hey Damon, thanks for putting my website up there. Evil Skink says, now you can see why peeps with 200 plus contenders just grab rando comments and talk about them. Too hard to keep up. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to give special attention to everyone. Wah! Eric says, is that when Peter walks down the road in the sunset with his jacket slung over his shoulder? Yes, that's what it is. Okay, phew, I caught up. You love a good patina? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, is a good patina. I'm tired of doing bad patinas. I've done my fair share of them. Like, no, wait. Let me grab this guy. So this is like the easiest thing in the world to do, is this kind of thing, where it's like black metal and you just dry brush silver on just the edges and stuff. Oh my god, what is happening? So many things are happening. I need to hire a see what is happening person. Oxysen, subscribe. Thank you, thank you. What did Life Synthesizer do? Oh, they gifted 1 billion tears to people. Holy crap! Mr. Coconuts? Life Synthesizer. Wow. You're the new champion of the stream. Sorry, Damon. No, I'm just kidding. Damon's got roots here. He'll always be #1. Right in my nipple that I need to wipe again. I keep forgetting I was going to try to wipe it again. Hunter712. Okay, water. Here's water. Okay, you guys ready for this amazing nipple wiping that's about to go down? Jebro Unity. The Foreign Hunter. Okay, here we go. Turn away if you're squeamish about wet nipples. Caspus37. My god, this guy is going on a rampage. Okay, there we go. Angry Chair says, let's see. Stuff's happening. Sorry, I got so distracted by my nipple, you guys. I'm gonna start throwing chairs at ANET executives who are firing people. Angry Chair. Hocus Crocus. Thank you, everyone, from the bottom of my nipple. It's not ANET execs, as far as I can tell. It's NCSoft. You know, it's a whole bunch of stuff I just can't talk about. It's not. It's one of those things where I've worked around enough. I don't have ill feelings. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. It's just, again, making games is frickin' hard. Running a creative studio is frickin' hard. There are so many impossible decisions that have to be made all the time. I can't be mad at someone for making wrong decisions, and even enough wrong decisions to sink things. Hunter712 says, hey Josh, I hope you're taking this all super well. I'm seriously hoping this opens up bigger avenues for you, because honestly the work you did on Guild Wars 2 was amazing. SAB for life. By the way, I know you probably don't remember me, but you followed me on my Guild Wars 2 Tumblr for a bit before I deleted it, and honestly seeing some of my content get liked by my Guild Wars 2 idol did way more to make me smile. Keep fighting on and hope to see you back in the industry soon. Wow, thank you, Hunter. That's awesome. That's so cool. Boom goes the dynamite. Man, wow. You know what? I feel like I might actually be able to sleep tonight after all this. Like, the waves of, you know, for the first 2 days it was like angsty anticipation, like, oh my god, what's going to happen? I'm probably on the list. I'm almost sure I'm on the list given the numbers they were talking about. What do I do? How do I keep my wife getting the health care that she needs. Like, that was my biggest freak out this whole time. And what can I do to get on that list? Who do I need to talk to? What can possibly be done? And it was all just so fast. And so finally this morning it was like, boom. And then there's some closure and like, okay, I don't have to do the what if of staying. Now it's a smaller subset of what ifs, you know what I mean? And then getting this kind of community support has just been mind-blowing. Like, it's like, okay, the stuff that I did at ArenaNet really mattered. It really, like, resonated with people in a serious way. And there's no better feeling for a creator. That's the reason we do what we do, right? So, NCSoft sucks? I don't know. Do they suck? I don't know. What big company doesn't suck? What is my favorite Zelda item? Do you mean mechanically or aesthetically? Apostrophe, thanks for the follow. Apostrophe says, oh, I forgot I only have you followed on YouTube. I don't have you here to get the alerts for the streams. Awesome, thanks. Hope to see you more often. Firesold says, just get a job in the UK and you won't have to worry about this healthcare insurance BS. I've seriously considered the UK, Canada, New Zealand. That's an option, probably. It's just a matter of, like, then she would have to find an all-new healthcare network of professionals who know her rare disease, EDS, and know that, like, that means her body reacts the opposite to a lot of drugs and a lot of kinds of surgeries and stuff, so, Hunter712 says, also a huge Descent 3 fan. Byron told me you did some level design there too. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's where I got my start really doing level design, like proper. And it's quite a start, man. If you want to start in hard mode on level design, do 3D interiors, completely 3D where you can fly anywhere. Yeah, that was something. So do I do a darker thing over this? I feel like I have to. Letha says, if you move to New Zealand, take me with you. Yeah, we could have a whole family move, right? Hey, thanks for the cheer, Indifu117. Immortality X says, hey Josh, just woke up at 6 a.m. Just wanted to thank you for everything, man. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that you like my stuff. I'm feeling very heartwarmed right now. Someone go get a GoFundMe for Josh and his wife. And don't do that yet. I mean, I'll probably get a job, hopefully somewhere. Brimstar, thanks for the resub. Yeah, I mean, hopefully I just get a job that has the same insurance. That's the part that's stressing me out, is it has to be a place that has exactly the same insurance company. And I've got a couple, you know, I got a decent severance package, which gives me a little bit of time, a little bit of runway to find that job, so it's not like I'm going to be living in a dumpster anytime soon. Give it 5 months, then I'll be living in a dumpster, and then you could go fund me. Jebra University is thanking Life Synthesizer for the sub, and man, thank you again, Life Synthesizer, for all those subs. That was amazing. Evil Skink says, I played Guild Wars 2 for all the little stuff you slipped in, Josh. Knowing your family made those little things even more fun. I cannot wait to see your unique style in Guild Wars games again, and we'll miss what Guild Wars 2 loses. Yes, Damon reminded people that I do have a Patreon for anyone who wants to support this kind of artworky stuff. Ruby dooby doo! Thanks for the sub. Says, I can't figure out how to get on the newsletter. Anyone with a little less brain poo can help me? I clicked on the website, but the newsletter link takes me to a blank thread thing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a bad time for that to be happening. Let me see if it's happening to me real quick. Because, yeah, if there's actually traffic going to my site, it sure would be nice if that worked. Let me see if going to collaborate mailing list. Do. And sure enough, there's a nice blank page for you. What's the subscribe button do? Nope, that doesn't do it. Well, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know that it would be broken when I need it the most? That's a really good thing to do because I was gonna, or good thing to know because I was going to be putting out a video saying, hey, please go to my website and get on my newsletter, please. So a Ruby Wooby Doo. Next time we get on here, I'll make sure that's fixed. Hunter says, God, I imagine that was super difficult, especially with how archaic level design was back then. I remember dipping into the editor when I was younger. I couldn't comprehend a thing. Yeah, it was crazy. Where says, I'm sorry to leave, but my own misfortune calls. Have fun with the work and stream. See you next time. I'm sorry you have misfortune. Hope things go better for you. Thanks for stopping by. Reynard Rynate says, I got a spare couch for you both. Damon Rath and Josh Foreman, if you want to come to New Zealand, sure it could fit 2 families. Man, that's a big couch. Life Synthesizer says, I find it a bit perplexing when approaching floating islands in 3D and making it aesthetically fit into the world. As an awesome level designer, how would you create a Zelda dungeon? What kind of dungeons do you imagine it being? Design motifs. Ooh, those are fun questions. But let me catch up before I get to those. Lucifer says, you might want to piggyback all of those Blizzard Activision mass layoffs where hiring retweets. Yes. Damon says, you can't fit your bike, let alone all of us. Big White Shogun says, Mr. Josh, what about Undead Labs or any other Microsoft studios in the area? Oh yeah, I was at Undead Labs this afternoon talking to my friends there. They don't have a role specifically that I'm a good fit for right now, but hopefully at some point they will. I wonder if SAB will come back in April. I can almost guarantee you, yes, it will be back in its normal state. I was actually on the team that was working on that before the layoff. Newsletter pop-up, make sure you don't have ad block on. I think they said they clicked on the pop-up, but for some reason the pop-up's not popping up for me, so I don't know. Let me see if it's there might be a fast thing I could do to fix it. Probably not. Okay, let's edit this page. And somewhere, what is it called? Not Survey Monkey. What's the MailChimp? Forms. Go to Forms. Who dis? Hero of Time Kenny. Thanks for following. Hi. That was probably, oh no, Brimstar gifted a sub as well. Wow, we've got so many gifts going around today. Immortality X says there was a team for SAB? Oh man, the feels. Well, I mean, so the team was that we have a rapid content team, which primarily handles the festivals and like other kind of interstitial stuff, and that's what I was gearing up to do on that team, was interstitial stuff, and maybe at some point more SAB, but it wasn't something we could dedicate enough people to make it like good. We could have made a really crappy one. So torn between the darker one and the silver brushed one. I like both of them. These guys, you mean? I need to add dark to this one real quick. That brown is not, it's not working for me. Rapunzel is your favorite, Damon? Okay, Josh will remember that. Now you can't blame me every time, Mom, and you have difficulty in Guild Wars 2. That's right, who are you gonna blame? Cantha? Cantha's cool, man. Indril Lily is following. Hey, thanks for following. You? Telltale again? Yeah. You know, there's so much I would love to share just because I love talking about development. Like, all the trials and tribulations of development is a fascinating topic. I wish we can talk. I can talk about development in general, but sadly I cannot talk about specifics. Fretwas, thanks for the follow. The Cheeky Bun. Thank you, Cheeky Bun. That's how I sing. Do you like that? Should I maybe make this a singing stream instead of this boring art stuff? Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that singing is not art. Shirna, thank you for the follow. Lisha15 says, can you talk about your favorite meme builds? Okay. Maybe? Art ain't boring. Thank you. I appreciate that. I agree with that. I think art's pretty cool. Mortality says, so in 2012, my mom wasn't my biggest fan, starting the Mad King Clock Tower at 2 a.m. and yelling at 6 a.m. when I finished it. What made you want to create that awful thing I love? It was just like the culmination of all the jumping puzzles that I was doing. It's like, oh man, the things we could do if we put a jumping puzzle in its own map. We could go crazy. And so, you know, I went crazy. And that's what spawned the idea for Super Adventure Box. It was like, oh, okay, a jumping puzzle in its own map is cool. What if we put our own game inside the game in its own map? Cheeky Bun says, Mad King Clock Tower drove me insane. I will just admire people who do it. Yeah, don't do it if you don't like it. That's what I like about optional content. Reader Geek 13 says, I still haven't done it. I have my best friend do it for me every year. Totally legit. Much respect. Big White Shogun says, let's talk about, then Mr. Josh, how about stuff from before release of 2012? How did the idea of jumping puzzles come to life? Which was the first jumping puzzle ever created? Which one was your favorite you worked on? Any fun memories with the development on those? Do you have your favorite map you ever worked on? I have billions of questions. Wow, okay. Well, you should ask them in a slower cadence so I could actually answer them. It started out when we were still brainstorming like what open world maps would be like, and we got jumping in the game, and I was so excited because I worked for what, 8 years on Guild Wars 1, and I've always liked action combat. So it was super exciting to get jumping, and I love doing environmental stuff. And you gotta remember, I went from Descent 3 and another kind of platform game that ended up not shipping for a console game. I went from that to Guild Wars 1. So I was very frustrated with our lack of kinetic action. And so when we finally got it, I was like, finally! I could do this thing I've always wanted to do. And they're like, but this is an MMO. And I was like, I don't care! We're jumping, damn it! So yeah, I just started arranging things in interesting ways and like pushing the limits of... And actually, a lot of the work that I was doing on the design side was pushing the engineers, the programmers and designers to figure out a way to make the jumping work and make it better. So yeah, I think Guild Wars 2 ended up like more kinetic than it otherwise would have been, because I was just super passionate about making you jump through unique experiences. I'm trying to think what the first one was that actually shipped. I guess it did end up evolving into it. It's the one, I cannot remember the name of the map. It's like a wetlands map, where you go down into some ruins, and there's like three stories of it, and like I was very inspired by Shadow of the Colossus. That was relatively recent at that time, and so I made some Colossus looking ruins on the outside, and then you go down in, and on the bottom floor there's like a bunch of pillars and water. No idea what that ended up being called. Damon says, you might have more viewers than GOG's channel right now. Wah! That's crazy. Ruby Wooby Doo says, jumping puzzles are one of my favorite parts of the game, although I still haven't beat that clock tower. It's a doozy. I do it every year, and it takes me like an hour or two to be able to do it. Peralda has redeemed a Facebook ad. Cool. I will definitely add you on the Facebook. Actually, because I'm really bad at this, let me do it right now so it doesn't fall through the cracks. You've been incredible. So I will absolutely do this. Are you Selma Stock? If not, send me a friend request. You can probably find me. I'm Josh Foreman. Did you know that? Josh Foreman. That's me. That's me. Renate says, have to go deeper, a copy of Guild Wars 1 inside SAB in the world of Guild Wars 2. Cheeky Bun says, I remember my first Guild Wars 2 death being cause I was absolutely not used to being able to walk off of cliffs from Guild Wars 1. That's always funny. Josh is a former Guild Wars 1 dev. Can you share any trivia about the Hamstorm, a deadly combination? Blondie210 just subscribed. Was that the April Fool's thing? Immortality X says, so was Dervish ever planned for Guild Wars 2? I don't think so. Lishy15 says, why was Hamstorm included on the Prophecies box? Whoa, I do not know that. Uman42 says, thank you so much for pushing that. I remember how frustrating Guild Wars 1 was. You had to walk over a lot just to go to the other side of a fence. Yeah, so frustrating. Kip the Traveler says, thanks for the sub, Kip the Traveler. Says, I have a love-hate for jumping puzzles, but it is something that made different in gaming for me, like another game mode-wise. Lucy15 says, did any devs use ham? Okay, you're going to have to tell me more about Hamstorm to be able to understand what you're talking about. Sorry. Ruby Dooby Doo says, oh, I know that one, I think. Lunar Burrow, now following. Thank you. Reader Geek 13 says, we used to do drinking jumping puzzles on Saturday nights. You follow, you drink. Fun times. Not that we got too far. No, I don't imagine you would. Says, I don't do Clock Tower because I don't want to hate you. I appreciate you not hating me, AJ Baki. Koala says, no, I don't know what to because I'm way behind in chat, sorry. Ruby DVD says it's Chaos Crystal Cavern? I don't think so, because it's like just flat gray ruins. It was our first ruin prop. I think I probably built them and they're terrible. Big White Shogun says, I remember watching Angry Joe and hearing about jumping puzzles, and I was like, hey, maybe this is why this will be first MMO I will enjoy. Little did I know at that point it would become such an important part of my life. That's awesome. Claudia says, sent you a request. Okay, thank you. I will definitely friend you. Yashima says, that first time beating Clock Tower was so satisfying. Age Night Road is now following. Yeah, isn't it amazing when you do something just ridiculously hard and slam your face against it hard enough, long enough? It's very satisfying. What games am I impressed with these days? Mostly, like, almost everything I'm playing right now is indie-ish, roguelites, like Dead Cells, Nuclear Throne, you know, Spelunky, that kind of stuff. Those are my favorites right now, and it's just because they fit my lifestyle. I love giant open world AAA games, don't get me wrong. I can't. I'm trying to make a book. I have a book coming out April 1st, you guys. Buy my book. So yeah, I haven't really let myself get into those games much lately. NG Skoga says, sounds like the hidden area in the first ore map, or it goes down a way. No, it's not that one. Although I think I also did that one. Blondie210 subscribed to Tier 1. Thank you, Blondie210. Much Small is now following. Big White Shogun says, my first jumping puzzle obviously was the hidden lab in Metrica Province. We spent an entire day trying to figure out what to do. I love it to bits and do it even today. That's cool, man. I honestly can't remember if I worked on that one or not. Traveler subscribed to Twitch Prime. Thank you again. Oh boy, here's a wiki about Hamstorm. I'm too far behind. Sorry, I will open it in my browser, read it after the stream, and then come back next stream and we'll talk about it. Hamstorm is a warrior elemental build that combines the swordsmanship attack skill Hamstring with fire magic spell Firestorm. The build was featured on one of the inside flaps of the Guild Wars Prophecy box when it was given as an example of a deadly combination. The player base unanimously disagrees. Okay. Is that literally the name of it? I know we did some funny names, but I feel like that wouldn't have made it past the editing team. Hamstorm is one of the worst builds in Guild Wars 1. We did get away with more silly stuff in Guild Wars 1, I have to say. Immortaliac says, do you get to keep the ANET tag in-game, and how does one get one when you begin it as a dev? It's just on your account automatically. I have no idea if I'll keep it or not. That's an interesting question. Firesoul says, JPs are the main reason I made 12 plus 0 mesmers to park at the inns so I could do the monthly reward when that was a thing. That's very kind of you. Paladra says, headed to bed, friend. Hope you have a good rest of your night. You too. Thank you so much. Again, super thank you. You've been a balm on my soul, and I appreciate that so much. Aletha agrees people should buy the book. Flux in Flow says, what about the book? I wish I could say go to my website, but apparently that won't take you to the book anymore. So just keep following me. If you follow me on any social platform, you'll know about it. Zardon1410 is now following. Thank you. What is the book called so you can check it out? The name is The Scarred King. Yep, it's an April Fool's book coming out April 1st, but for real. Damon posted a link to my website where you can at least see the cover of it. Chikibon says, guy who made the Super Adventure box for April Fools has book coming out April 1st. Should I be careful or buy the book? Both. Carefully buy the book. And then share it with everyone you know. Maybe Entree of Adjournment. Uh-oh, I don't know what that's in reference to, sorry. Big White Shogun says, my favorite games are indies nowadays. Guild Wars 2 was an exception. There was one game I can recommend for you since you love Art Open World Challenge. Might sound like a perfect fit for you. Hollow Knight, it's awesome. Yes! I played Hollow Knight for like 2 months. I absolutely adore that game. It's so gorgeous. Ruby Woody Doo says, I'm at Scavenger's Chasm. Hey, CJ, thanks for following. Immortality X says, ain't it tag the better commander tag? Yeah, I guess that's a good way of saying it. Hey, oh, CJ is also hosting me. Thank you for the host. Pocket Duck says, you should invite me to the ANET Guild if you still have it. Oh man, I don't even know. Boy, that would be so weird. Just invite 1 million people into the guild. I don't think you technically can join the guild if you don't have like a developer account. I think. Stoked you got a release day finally. Yeah, thanks Brimstar. I had to do it. I had to make a date. My co-author has been working with me on these books for over a decade, and it was just time. Malph5 or Malphs is following. Thanks for following. Thank you. I should play Hollow Knight 2 Silksong on Twitch. I've thought about streaming games. I don't know. Is that can you do that? Can you be an art streamer who also does games? Don't you bifurcate your audience in weird ways where although I guess the vast majority of my audience is gamers anyway? So maybe that wouldn't hurt. I don't know. So my YouTube channel I have 17,000 subscribers there, right? And I don't think most of them are gamers. Like, they're there for the art tutorials. But that's an assumption, so I should not assume. Yeah, I seriously considered streaming Below when I was playing that recently. But again, I kind of banned myself from playing anything for long periods of time until I get this book out. So I'll revisit that in May. You know quite a few people who do it, Reader Geek 13? Okay, good. That's good to know. I know one person who does it, and I don't know how much of an outlier they are. Life Synthesizer says you can be both artist and gamer, but different audience. CJ says I do art and game streams. Oh, cool. Let me check out your stream. How do I follow someone when I click on their name? Can I click here? Oh, that took me. Oh no, that works. Okay, cool. Let me follow you so I can get a feel for the stuff you do. Look at that. It's me. Your stream is me. That's the best content ever. Two separate channels. Oh my god, I can barely handle all the stuff I have going on already. I cannot imagine having to do 2 channels. Streaming on YouTube might be better. Or Twitch and YouTube. I originally was streaming on Twitch and YouTube, just my this art stuff. But in order to become an affiliate, you have to delay broadcast anywhere else for 24 hours. So I just upload the videos from this onto my YouTube channel and set it for 24 hours later. Just be a Twitch Renaissance man. Yeah, I'll just do all the things. Damon says he streamed on YouTube before I convinced him to come to Twitch. Oh, are you the one? That sounds right. I believe that story. Renate says, I thought YouTube streaming was jank. It worked fine for me. Sama Flag, yeah. Thanks for following. Jebro Uni says, if you aren't partnered on Twitch, you can stream to as many platforms as you want. YouTube has its own sub feature, and if you have 70k subs on YouTube, they could easily watch. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a calculated risk of like, well, if Twitch is a better platform for streaming in general, which I believe it is, Just as far as like all the options, you can reward people in different ways. The tipping and stuff all works way better. Thanks for the subs, I appreciate that. Yeah, so I thought I would put all my chips in the streaming basket onto Twitch. So I got the affiliate status, and who knows, maybe someday that could build to a partnership. I don't know. CJ says, haven't done art stream since Inktober. Ah! Well, now you have to do more! Haha! Jebra Uni says, wait, you can't stream on YouTube even as an affiliate? Nope. Yeah, it's dumb because there's almost no advantage to being an affiliate on Twitch. I don't even know what the point is. You like it with the patina showing through? Thanks, Reader's Geek. Yeah, I think it's getting somewhere. I'm just like trying to sneak up on it gently. Jebro says Twitch, please. Yeah, I still think Twitch is the better choice. I put my edited tutorials on YouTube. That's where they do well, and people can find them, and they're in a library, and they last forever, and that's awesome. But yeah, just like my process where I'm just doing a thing over and over and over, that's not really the YouTube thing as far as I can tell. I mean, I enjoyed it, and there were plenty of people who follow it on YouTube, but certainly nowhere near the numbers I have here. I mean, look, I got like 100 people here, like I always have. It's totally normal for me to have 100 viewers. Sometimes I have 200 or 1,000. Sometimes 1 million. That's right. I got I pulled like 3 or 4 people who had never been on Twitch before over to Twitch, including AJ Baki. Also, AJ Baki is an amazing author. AJ Baki, please put a link to your books or a book that you think is cool up here. So I'm guessing there's a lot of GW2 people, which means you should probably do your RPG lit stuff, right? It's lit. If you like fun, video gamey type fantasy stories with a lot of heart, you should totally check out AJ Baki's books. Yeah, I think that's working pretty well. Demon says, I might have not been the final straw, but I did harass you to do it quite regularly. I appreciate that very much. It was a wise switch. Yes, CJ says, hey Josh, can we get more deets on what you're working on here? This is Beaumark. He is the protagonist in my book that's coming out April 1st. It's a fantasy action-adventure novel. Book 1 out of 3 is coming out April 1st. You should follow me here or anywhere, and you'll find out about it as it comes out. I'm going to be photographing, not this one. I have a much larger version that I will do the nice paint job on this guy, and he's the cover model. And yeah, so I got to get this done in the next week or so. I am on fire, Lucifer. I was saying earlier, all I need to do is get fired every day, and I will be competing for the top spot on Twitch. For people who weren't around when Lucifer first popped on, please check out her Twitch channel. It's awesome, reading books and talking about them, and they're great books, and she reads them super well, and she's super smart, and there are great discussions there. Alright, Immortality X, thanks so much for stopping by and for everything. 6:30 off to work. Alright, cool. That's really sweet of you. Thank you for letting me know that I'm important to people. Altar of Hope says, is this live? It is live. I'm just way behind. Sorry. Big White Chogan says, during these meetings, sources say that ArenaNet's Mike O'Brien was grief-stricken. He kept wandering around just saying, we'll get through this repeatedly. My God, that's true. Sounds so heartbreaking. Mo seems like a father figure over the years. Ain't is his child after all. If you didn't want to talk about it, just ignore it. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about Mo at all. I will just say, yeah, he's very unhappy. Everyone's very unhappy. Altar of Hope says, oh, hi, Josh. My wifey wants to make a gummy worm in your honor. Awesome. Yeah, I just had to throw away my original gummy worm prototype because I spilled coffee all over it this morning when I was clearing out my desk. It had been sitting there since 2012 or 13, just like slowly shriveling, as hard as a rock. Whatever says, thank you for all the work you did on ArenaNet and for Guild Wars. You are most welcome. Jebro Unity says, sometimes you have 34K. Yeah, true. Sure, 34,000. Sometimes. You like the brown better? Okay, good. I'm glad you agree I made the right choice. Cheeky Bun says he seems very Statue of Liberty colored. Yeah, that's patina over brass or copper or bronze. Tends to get that look. David says that's just the cast. AJ Baki says, I see this is how I can make book sales. I just got to get fired. Yeah. Lucifer says, we'll be reading Josh's first book in a couple months when it publishes. Ah, yes! You heard it here first, people. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. I'm doing all I can to make the book as good as possible so I can compete with the incredible other books she's been reading. It's kind of actually nerve-wracking because she reads really good stuff. I'm like, oh man, are people going to hear my book and just be like, what is this garbage? I don't think so. We've worked very hard to make it not garbage. Reader Geek says, I followed Lucifer. I want to start doing book streams, so I can't wait to check out what that looks like. Sweet! Yeah, the more of that get going, the better. Luna something, sorry, you're dark blue on black, says, hey Josh, just want to say love everything you did at Guild Wars 2 and keeping us entertained when most of us were going through rough times. Thank you. You're welcome. And thank you. Thanks for playing, mostly. CJ says, is this polymer clay baked or a 3D print that's being painted? It started out as a zebra sculpt. It turned into a 3D print. I molded and I cast it. So it's been through a lot. It's been through quite a journey. Quite a pipeline, if you will. Firesold says, can you show me how to do SAB now? I never did it. Well, not at the moment. I'm a little busy. But there's lots of great walkthroughs. Oh, Damon covered that for me. Man, am I ever going to catch up? We can always just vote the statue as the new Statue of Liberty. Oh, yeah, the Bowmark of Liberty. That would be great. Okay, talking to each other. Great. The more you guys talk to each other, the easier it is for me to catch up. CJ says, so wait, there are two molds, one for the big one and one for the small one. Correct. Yes. Because I got the small one printed just to see like how the detail could work for it. And then the big one, I just have a cousin who started a company doing 3D prints. And so it was, he was like, well, let me do the thing for you. And I was like, man, could you do a half-scale bust? That'd be amazing. And he did, and I got it. And the quality of the print was terrible. So this thing is completely hand sculpted over the 3D print. Like, there's literally nothing left of the 3D print there. But yeah, I wanted a half-size one because I'm doing all of my book covers as the character done in, you know, some kind of statue. I'm really excited about that. To me, it's like unique. I don't see books that look like that. Certainly in this genre, which can be good, can be bad. It stands out. That's good. People might misinterpret that it's a different genre than it is. Like the first draft I did of it, people was like, "Is this a history book?" Because I see this, you know, this like statue sitting there, right? But when I zoomed in on him and you don't see like the butt, you know, and just like the face, it was really intense and I liked it. And so that's what I'm trying to do. But I'm trying to find the right balance between making it just too statuesque and like I don't know. It's one of those things I'm just feeling my way towards it. I'll figure it out within the next week, for sure. Big White Shogun says, on a good site, Mr. Josh, I was seeing my doctor yesterday and got 2 more weeks of sick leave, so I will finish book 1 ASAP. Oh, awesome! That would be great, since I have to get that to the copy editor ASAP, so I appreciate that. CJ says, we went over a sculpture class before we took our ZBrush classes. Well, that's interesting. Were you at Digipin? Lucifer says, I need to be editing book 1. Yeah, get back to work! Whoosh! Whoosh! Yeah, all these people volunteering to help my stuff do better. Work harder and faster, you guys. Uman42 says, were there any work done on SAB World 3 and 4, story-wise, landscape-wise? Well, since it's like there's a itty-bitty chance it could ever be picked up again, I really can't talk about it more than to say, when we first developed it, I had the full thing all charted out. There's going to be this unfolding mystery both in the game and outside of the game, and they would tie together. You saw a hint of that at the the preview of World 3, right? So yeah, it was gonna be pretty epic, pretty cool, and who knows with what the winds of fate may bring to us. Lucifer, no, this is not Moongleam. This is just a Rapunzel sculpture I did a long time ago. Although she does kind of look like my illustration of Moongleam. Probably because I have a style. I was trying to do Jennifer Connelly. Like her teenage Jennifer Connelly from Labyrinth. But portraits are hard. Brimstar, it's a cheap material to start sculpting. Check out my Sculpey 101 video on YouTube. Under Josh Foreman, Sculpey 101. You can't miss it. It's got like 150,000 views. So I'm kind of nuking a lot of the really interesting hazy patina that was going on there, but it was pretty easy to get in the first place. So I'll just go over with my light green again after this. I lost some of the darkness that's really important in that I see in reference of aged bronze all the time. Jennifer Connelly from Requiem for a Dream. No, not that Jennifer Connelly. That is inappropriate. Ruby Wooby Doo says, I see it now that you mention it too. It's hard with this weird patina. Maybe you could see it better on the original. Yeah, she's all messy from getting molded, but yeah, it's not exactly her. It was more like, a reference. Using her as the reference. Next up, Josh Foreman, Breath of Life Games presents Super Adventure World, coming to Steam Direct. Yes, please keep wishing that. Hopefully it can happen. Reader Geek, you like that movie? I love that movie. I just did a top 10 movies. Well, okay. I don't know if you're talking about Requiem for a Dream or Labyrinth, but Labyrinth I put in my top 10 movies list of all times. There's some really good think pieces on like some of the depth that is in there, kind of very adult oriented themes that you don't pick up on unless you're looking for it. And shockingly, there's some interviews with Jim Henson where he makes it clear, yeah, it's a like sexual coming of age story with metaphors about what it's like for a girl. I think his daughters were coming of age, and he was just thinking about that, like what the world is like out there for girls becoming women. And if you watch it through that lens, it's like, whoa, this is ridiculously deep, even though it's silly and full of fart jokes and silly, soft, fuzzy things. What paint am I using? Just garbage paint. Well, I guess this isn't total garbage paint. I'm using some miniature paints here and there. Some of this, like, yeah, I'm not a paint snob. I usually go for what's cheapest, just craft paint from craft stores. Oh, Damon, thanks for linking my Sculpting 101 video. Altar of Hope says, wish I could stay up later and support you a bit longer, Josh, but wife and I need to sleep. Good night. Good night. Thank you. Hope to see you again. Thanks for hanging. Big White Shogun says, well, Mr. Josh, if I need a pixel artist, if I need a pixel artist, I can hit you up. I offer to work free just for you. I would really love for my company to become enough of a company that I could pay people what they're worth. I try to pay people whenever I can. But yeah, since it's just a side thing, and I've only lost tens of thousands of dollars a year on it. Paying people is not something I can do right now, but man, I want to. It's one of those things where I keep a list. Like, people who have helped me out over the years, I have a list. And if someday this does become the next Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, etc., those people are going to be set. They're gonna get what's coming to them. Reader Geek says, I was reading a book series that's a reimagining of Goblin King's story, and it's so good. Oh, that sounds cool. Citadels and P3s are really good for sculptures. Very thick. Or very, what's the word? Opaque. Yeah, they're both. They're both thick and opaque. Grimstar says, dream job, here we go. My Neptune is following. Thanks, my Neptune. What's your what's your Breamstar? Breamstar? My Neptune says, Cobalt Worm, good evening, sir. Good evening. How you doing? Oh, you can see, yeah, that's right. Cobalt Worm is right behind my head. Just hanging out, ready to pounce. Breamstar says, I keep checking my mailbox for that $1 million check after you get me a movie deal. Okay. Yep. Any minute now. Just hang out by your mailbox. You want to be a candy maker? What's stopping you from doing that right now? Is it because you got arrested because you had a van that said free candy on it? That's my story for you. That's my fan canon. CJ says, another good thing to stream is zebra sculptures or any 3D stuff. Yeah, I do that quite a bit, actually. I have periods where I do lots of ZBrushing and periods where I do lots of out here in the studio. Bounce back and forth. Reader Geek is going after your dream job. What's your dream job, Reader Geek? Reading? Your first workshop was out of a van? Yeah. That's what I see. And you would drive around to playgrounds and elementary schools and slide open the door and be like, hey kids, free candy inside. Because that's how you got to get them young, right? You get them hooked on your candy when they're young, and you know they'll grow up with it. And then when they're kids, when they have kids, they're like, "Oh, you got to go to the free candy van, kids. That's the place to be. That's the best candy." They'll have nostalgia for it. That's the trick. Reader is fine? Okay, I'm going to call you Reader. Digital archivist. Oh, interesting. What an important job. I appreciate the fact that archivists exist. Zarl is now following. It's funny, there's one thing in history that legitimately upsets me and makes, elicits feelings in me. You know, all the wars and genocide and awful, terrible things that happened are just like, yeah, that's history. That was bad. I feel bad for those people, but it doesn't summon emotions in me. The one thing that summons emotions in me, furious, burning anger. Can you guess what it is? The historical event that makes me furiously burning anger. Tell me. Yep. That's the one. You gotta wonder how much more we would know about and understand history if they hadn't burned down that library. Kalinda32, thanks for the follow. That's true. I did subconsciously prime with the word burning. So you don't get full credit for being psychic. Sorry. Yep, rip at Alexandria. Reader says, going for my master's in library and info science. And if I could have those librarian powers like those librarians did. The Cheeky Bun says, the book lover in me feels sad at the loss of those books. It's not even like, I don't hold books sacred, but like what they tell you about societies and cultures in the past and the things that we would know now that we can't know because of that. Just grrr. CJ says, also gonna head off to try and get some work done. Can't wait to see the paint work once it's done. Can't wait for the book. Awesome. I'm really excited that people care, and I can't wait to release it on the world. Thank you so much for visiting and chatting. Again, very appreciated. Ruby What We Do says, my dream job is in sustainable agriculture. Ooh, that's another really interesting field. But for now, I am doing 3D sculpture and crochet for food. I don't know exactly how these work together, but I'll figure it out. I love those concepts of farm high-rises. There's like plants on like vertical conveyor thingies and like all over the tops of buildings and coming out the sides of buildings. Peter says, give me that book. I don't have it in the library. If you can afford it, you can have a copy made of it. But I get to keep all that info. Yes, keeping stuff. I like keeping stuff. Grimstar says, what would you think about doing some Let's Play Twitch videos once in a while? Maybe once a month sort of thing. That's an interesting idea. Like have it just a scheduled thing that's like it's game night or whatever. I like that idea. I like the idea of scheduling gaming for myself as something for my platform as opposed to just, you know, my relaxation and self-indulgent thing. I love multitasking so much. I am addicted to multitasking to an unhealthy level where, like, if I'm just doing one thing, I get so antsy and irritated. Angie Skoga says, I need to head out. Hope to virtually see you again soon. Thank you. Thank you for visiting, and I hope to see you as well. Aletha, multitasking melts your brain. What are you talking about? You are both a cat platform and a writer. You provide a valuable place for cats to lay down on top of, and you write amazing novels. That's multitasking. Multitasker riot. That's right. Cat platform is more of a passive thing. Yeah. I guess passive multitasking is not a problem. Like if I'm in a meeting, or if I'm at church, or if I'm at a wedding or a funeral, I've always got my sketchbook and I'm always working on something, which is so rude, and some people hate it, and sorry, they just got a deal. That's true. When they get in a fight over your lap, then it's a then you're providing exercise for them. Wow, look at this! I totally missed this this part in the cast. We have to break that out. But the nice thing is, since the base color of this cast is brown, I don't even have to repaint this part. Just scrape out that little flake. Good to go. Reader, always having a book is great. I have a cousin who was so much to that extreme when I went to visit as kids. We would go bike riding, and he would have a book propped up between his handlebars, reading while we rode bikes around the neighborhood. Lysandro, thanks for following. Oh, a cat form instead of a platform. That's a good point. Big White Chogan said, hey, Living World is for the living, like it or not. True. Oh, Letha, that's my cousin Zach, on my dad's brother's oldest son. He's like 2 months younger than me. He just got married like a couple years ago at like age, 43 or something, like 42. You don't ride while read books while riding your bike? Then can you really call yourself a reader? Hey, Zeitlogic is following. Thank you for the follow, Zeitlogic. Pepsi Princess. I love me some Pepsi. In fact, I kind of feel like getting a Pepsi now that you bring it up. Big White Shogun says, when I die, I don't want people to grieve after me. Just take whatever is still working for transplants, burn the rest, spread the ashes on some nice wild place. No tombstone, no memories. Remember me for what I've done and how I live rather than just how I died. Everyone will, Theo something. Oh, the only justice in this world, right? Yeah. I mean, everyone gets forgotten eventually. Yeah, I don't want to tombstone myself. I would like my ashes scattered on Mount St. Helens. Up at the crater. So next time Mount St. Helens blows up, which it will, my ashes will be scattered all over millions of people's faces. Erlex, thanks for the follow. EJ Baki says, I could try reading a book while riding my horse. I've done that with my phone and not died. That's some bad multitasking there. Reader says, I've also read while horseback riding. It's interesting. Oh wait, I don't wear my glasses while riding horses. Darn it. Oh yep, contacts are your solution. And Chikabun says, so you can say you went out with a bang? Exactly. Hey, it's only lewd if you want to take it that way. Come on. Big White Shogun says, is that the mountain where you took your sons on their coming-of-age adventure? Yep. Exactly the one. It's it erupted in 1980? Right? That was the year you were born, right, Aletha? Aletha lives right in the shadow of it. And so it's kind of a family tradition to hike up there every couple years. It's a good day hike. You know, it used to be super tall and like you needed like to be a pro mountain climber to get up there, but you know, after 1980 it blew up and it's like half the size now. AJ says 78. I think it erupted when Trisha was born. Oh, okay. When one of you was born. There's some story about that. Reader says, I only did it in a closed ring while hacking for my cousin, and never outside where I could end up somewhere else. Big White Shogun says 91. Is that when you were born or when you think it erupted? Linnea says, I don't mean to pry, but did you volunteer to leave or were you laid off? It was a thing where, like, it was implied heavily enough that the cuts were so drastic that if you volunteered to leave, you would get the severance package. And it was coming up really fast, and so it was like last minute I was like, I'm almost sure that I'm on the chopping block for a variety of reasons, and so I was like, it was an excruciating decision, and a lot of talking, a lot of thinking, a lot of sleepless nights. But yeah, ultimately, I turned in my email, like, just before they called me into the room with all the other people who were getting laid off and said, you're getting laid off. So, basically, it would have happened either way. I was on the list to be chopped. And again, I don't have hard feelings about it. It's like, these businesses are super hard. There were no good decisions at that point. The personal reason why I knew that like 90% chance is what I gave myself of being cut is because, you know, I'm a 22-year game veteran, so my salary is naturally quite a bit higher than, you know, someone who's only been in the industry a couple years. But I had recently moved to the design department from level art to design, and I was being trained on the tool, so I was a newbie right? I was actually required someone else's time to get me up to speed on the tools and systems and stuff. So I was I was taking the salary of a 20+ year veteran while performing the duties of a brand new employee. So it was like, yeah, there was no way, you know, I cannot blame them for making that choice. It's just bad timing, you know? Real life jumping puzzles. It's funny, I invented, in art school, I invented a gym that would literally be real life jumping puzzles. Just like giant foam towers and ladders and trampolines and nets and ball pits and all, like, for adults, a like obstacle course jumping puzzle gym. If you want to give me like $100 million, I will totally develop that and build a prototype for you. It would be super fun. The lawyers that we're going to require, outlandish. Probably half the money on that is going to have to go to lawyers. But American Ninja? Yeah, something along those lines. I don't know if this existed when I came up with this idea in like 1992. I'm a very old man. So I may have preceded them. Although I was probably influenced by early Japanese game shows, because I spent 5 years as a kid in Japan and saw a lot of Japanese TV. So that's probably where it got in the old brain. Keycrafter, hey, thanks for following. Thanks for taking a break from crafting those keys. American Ninja or Takeshi's Castle. So, imagine if there was a gym, like, you know, Gold's Gym or LA Fitness, and you paid, and you just got to go run this, like, a variety of obstacle courses and get better on your time. Like, that would be an incredible workout and super fun. Big White Shogun, you were 1 year old. Y'all kids, now you understand why I don't know what things like vaporwave are. Too old. Alright, I'm gonna set this aside and come back and look at it later. I don't want it to be that dark, but when you look at statues that are patinaed bronze, that's actually how dark they are. It's frustrating. I want it to be something that is different than what's real. When you make it different from what's real, it looks fake. And when you make it look real, you don't like it. Darn reality. Yeah, there was no internet in the dark ages. That's true. Life Synthesizer says, I would play parkour jumping puzzles in VR similar to Mirror's Edge, though. Well, that's pretty cool. Immortality X says, hey Josh, how does the launch of an X-Pack work? We saw Colin hit the button for hot, but does it actually work like that, or is it just a line of code? That particular button was a literal physical button hooked up to a computer that ran a line of code. But it was made to actually function that way. Some programmer just thought that was a delightful thing to do, so it was funny. Ruby Wooby Doo says, we have one of those trampoline parks here that is kind of like that. Actually two, but one is definitely for children and not adults. Yeah, I don't want a trampoline park. I want a jumping puzzle, and trampolines would be one of the mechanics. Reader says, does it have to be bronze? No, it does not have to be bronze. I've tried so many different metal effects over the years. And for some reason, I haven't settled on the technique that I like, you know, kind of a go-to technique that I'm always going to be happy with. This cast, by the way, for those of you new to the stream, it's just riddled with bubbles because I poured the resin in too late, and I just thought, hey, why not try to salvage it and just make it look like a piece of, you know, an old statue that was found in a sunken trieme, like from Greece 3,000 years ago or something. Just make it all corroded and stuff. So that's what I'm trying to do with this one. Yeah, that button was over-dramatic. That's a good word for it. We call it a trampoline park, but it's gymnastics? Lots of gymnastics. Yep. Sharky9805, thank you for following. Thanks. Oh, I'm following behind again. Let's see. Yashirma says, I would actually try to get fit for a real-life jumping puzzle. Right? Exactly. Like, that would be incentive to go to the gym every day. Not just, like, stand there and run on a treadmill or move weights around. It's so boring. Immortality X says, how was Guild Wars 2 launch title? I mean, for me, it was waking up as a 16-year-old at 9 a.m. I believe that was the only day Guild Wars 2 had any downtime. It was very thrilling. I've been through like 8 launches at ArenaNet, so I'm not sure I could pull that particular memory out, but I know they were all very thrilling. Uman42 says, that would be funny if one physical button at the office just unleashed a random event in a specific part of the game, say a cat invasion in Divinity's Reach or an unannounced marionette returning and wiping everyone. That would be amazing. Reader says, Pewter, Jade, Alabaster. I am Surge is following. Hey, thanks for following. There's a ton of fun things you could go with that I'm sure you've tried. So, yeah, I want to, because I've got all these books in the works. We have 11 books written, you know, in their, most of them are just still in their first draft, but all of them have a cool protagonist of some sort or another, and I wanted to match the material to the person, the personality, something about the story. So in Beaumark's case, he's kind of defined this disc that is at the base of him. This is, in their culture, they have to fight to the death on this bronze disc that's suspended over lava, and events transpire on it, which I don't want to spoil too much, but he ends up seriously psychologically scarred by this bronze disc. And so doing him in bronze as the Scarred King has like poetic resonance. So I'm doing that sort of thing, right? I'm going to have some characters that are done like, that look like they're marble. Some, yeah, and you're pointing out there's lots of cool things to do characters in. So yeah, I'll be doing lots of that kind of fun experimentation with other sculptures. But just right now I'm trying to get the bronze look that I want. I'll show you the book cover that I have right now that was just kind of the render of it. Go to book. Does my pop-up not work either? My little buy now button. Son of all the guns. Okay, let me go books. It's gotta be here. I'm just gonna go the long way. Here we go. Okay, so here's that's the prototype book cover. And that's close to the look that I want. So it's like old bronze, but not super patinaed. Some patina would be nice. I don't know. I'm still finding my way to. I think right now I'm going like I'm trying really literal, and then I'll probably do some I'm doing experiments with these guys right now to see like, okay, well, what if what if there's green patina? What if there's blue patina? What if there's black patina? What is gonna work best? Zipline obstacle course at Northwest Trek was pretty fun. Yeah, that was, and yeah, very good exercise. Chicabon says, get fit for jumping puzzles IRL, but no volcano. Artists, Artanis 00. Hey, thank you for following. Let's see. My Neptune says, sorry that I'm quiet. I usually stare as if I was hypnotized when I look at any form of art. I'll be showing up on future streams, which I knew earlier, and I'll also give you my kidney from the worm. Thank you. But anyway, I wanted to say goodnight. Sadly, too tired to stay up this late after work. Thank you so much. I look forward to talking to you more, and I'm glad you'll be back. I Am Surge says, isn't Ninja Warrior basically a giant jumping puzzle of sorts? Yeah, pretty much. And Sharky, yes, I said subscribe to Twitch Prime. Thank you a ton. Reader says, picking up what you're putting down. Now, it's a plot bunny. Oh, tell me what a plot bunny is. I'm not familiar with that term. Immortality X says, hey Josh, real odd question. Were you at GamersCon 2015? I was there to meet the ANET devs. Got to meet Josh from the SPVP team and Hugh Norfolk, but I vaguely remember seeing you there, I believe. No, never got out to Gamescom, sadly. To this day, I've never been to Europe, and I love ruins so much that I've never been to Europe. It's ridiculous. Thanks for following, RubyDooBoo. Big White Shogun says he does still salty about this, but I'm waiting for a payback, if you know what I mean, Mr. Josh. Okay, I'm lost now. Brimstar says, you ever thought about sculpting for a living? I know nothing about, how how lucrative that would be for you. I tried to figure out a way to do, there's just the amount you can get paid for, the amount of time it takes to sculpt at the detail level I do, and then mold and cast and clean up and paint. I calculated it out, and I would be making like $1 or $2 an hour in order to sell things at a price that people would actually buy. That was my problem. Like, I got this guy here. I was developing this line of costume kids. This one's kind of creepy, but it's all broken up for molding and casting. This is like a Santa Claus type kid. I had this little stand he was going to be on, so there's going to be kids in various costumes, right? And I went through the whole process of like breaking them down and all the pieces that you would need. Oh, you guys like this? Here's my version 1 Asura. I clearly never finished him, but Big White Shogun, you should appreciate Asura here. Yeah, anyway, breaking down the time required, the money for materials, there's no way to make a living, in my area especially, where it's very expensive to live. England or Germany would blow my mind, Immortality X, I know, and I can't wait to go there someday, but... Oh, work for a company like NECA Toys. Honestly, I don't know if I'm good enough. AJ Baki says, time for me to read before bed. Have a good night. Good night, AJ Baki. Reader says, sure, plot bunnies are pieces of plot that if you leave them alone too much, they end up multiplying and becoming books. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I am developing an entire world with, so, yeah, it spreads out with a lot of fecundity, as they say nowhere. A Oh, that was a comment about the disc and bow mark and him being scared. Gotcha. Okay. Ruby Weedy Doobie Doo says, I love-hate those plot bunnies. We get them a lot during NaNoWriMo. Brimstar, yeah. Certainly without the eyes. Here's another one that's like a bigger one that is also creepy, but at least he has eyes. It's a little Reaper type costume kid. Yeah. Anyways, I gave it a shot about 10 years ago and realized there was just no way to make it work. Unit 184, hey, thanks for the sub. Yeah, that Asura is from Eye of the North. When we were first designing the Asura, I thought it'd be fun to sculpt one. Yokotero would be proud of you. I'm not sure who that is. Give me a link. Shogun said, I was just going to scream, I want to buy it. Collector's item. I'll offer my eternity for it. Oh, wow. I don't even have an eternity. Life Synthesizer says, that's going through the breakdown comparing just sculpting the mesh. Chickabun says, I'll have to head off to bed. Either way, good night. She'll return in the future. Awesome. I can't wait to see you again. Chickabun. Cardboard Arm Man, thank you for them Skolas. Pixel Dagos says, Josh, you're the main reason why I wanted to try to work with ANET. Really inspiring. Oh, thank you. I like inspiring people. That's awesome. Reader says, we used to keep lists of plot bunnies from writing communities that I was a part of. They just spawn other things. Now, it's not a negative thing, right? Plot bunny just seems like, oh, that's really fascinating. I want to know more. Isn't it? It's not a thing like I'm trying to think of a strictly negative writing term, but I can't think of one now. So there's like tropes, but tropes aren't bad. They can just be overused. Like MacGuffins, those aren't bad, but they can be obvious and banal. Yeah, I don't know if plot bunny counts as an intrinsic bad thing. Yeah, I joke whenever I show people my my costume kids that this sculptures are mostly safe. They only come to life at midnight, and they're only alive for 5 minutes. So as long as your bed is more than 5 minutes away from wherever you keep the sculptures, you'll be fine. Scaly deformed Asura? What? It's not negative. Okay. Movie Do says they can be bad if they get out of hand and they make you run away from the plot. Oh, okay. They can distract you into rabbit trails. They're the good ideas that make you want to write more. Okay, that's good. That's how you get sequels. Okay. Big White Shogun says, a freaking spider just hang down from the ceiling in front of my face in the dark room. That happened to me once on a live stream. Or did it actually drop on my something like that. Yeah, that's the worst. That's not a good feeling. Between you and the TV. Yeah. Renit says, I always loved Maurice LaManche's voice when he played Vec. Oh, I see what you're saying. He was disappointed in Guild Wars 2 that the rest of the Asura didn't speak like him. Yeah, they're different styles. But yeah, I did like his take on it. If you let them sit too long, they turn into dust bunnies. Interesting. You learn a new term every day. Have you ever heard the term flying snowman? That's That's an interesting one. Let's see. I'm gonna get some texture paint. I know I have some. Where you go? Guess I could use crackle coat, can't I? No, that's not the right texture. Shut up, you. That's not the right texture at all. Oh, here we go. Had it hidden back here. Okay. Sophisticated finishes, rust antiquing solution. But I need the paint. Black and bronze metallic surfacer. Iron metallic surfacer. That's the one I want. Okay. Uma says, quick question, do you think you could create a 1 to 2 minute video intro for your YouTube channel explaining what you are doing, the book/world you are creating? I subscribed a few months ago watching videos from time to time, but I still haven't understood the bigger picture, and others might be in the same boat as I. So I do have an intro video that is on my channel. If you just go to my main channel, right? It's the thing that plays automatically. And it explains, not in total detail, but in pretty good detail, where I'm trying to take this thing. But it was before I had, like, a date for my book set, so it's not a bad idea. I was thinking of doing a video, because I make sure I put a, like, real substantial video out every first of the month. And due to all the things that are going down right now, I'm going to have to do something very different. And I'm thinking I might do something along those lines. Like, hey, here I am. I need to remind people I have a Patreon. I need to remind people there's a book coming out. And I should figure out how to do pre-order. Wow. Can you see how tired I am, guys? Pre-order. I don't want to use this tool. I'm going to use this tool. Yeah, just kind of run down, like, what my plans for the channel are, what, like, me not having a job potentially means. Because I don't even know yet. I have to think about that. But yeah, that's probably what I'll put out on the first. On the current interface, when you go to a page, I just see the list of most recent upload videos. Really? That's dumb. Let's see. Maya Het says Taro is a game director, well known thanks to games like Nier and that guy, yeah. His character in Mill and Dolls. Yeah, okay. But yeah, similar aesthetic. I agree. I will get back to Flying Snowman. I don't know why my video doesn't show up on. No wonder it has so few views if going to the main page doesn't show that. Are you on mobile or desktop that it doesn't take you to that? Like, if you do a search for Josh Foreman and just click on the main Josh Foreman thing, Immortality X says, so as one of the side projects, GW Mobile, do you not have a phone, Josh? I do have a phone. I can't talk about any specifics of what products were, but, I mean, you could make educated guesses, and they're probably right. I mean, we explored all the obvious things and many non-obvious things as well. I was working on a non-obvious thing for quite a while that I was super excited about, and super sad to see that go away. It's like the second saddest I've been at a game going away. The first was one that I was working on in the early 2000s at Outrage. I was art lead on it and also like heavily involved in the design and kind of vision for it. Yeah, that's the one we pitched to Rockstar in a week before 9/11. Pixel Coded says they can't talk about the side projects that were canceled. They are on NDA. Indeed. Kinley says, Kinley from Soba here. I have to head to bed, but wanted to say that you're awesome and it was a pleasure to have you on the broadcast last year. Hey, thank you, Kinley. I appreciate that. I'll see you at another Soba soon. I don't have a job anymore. I got nothing to keep me from going to Soba events now. Uma42 says, desktop under this. Okay, so you go to this. Winter Syndicate, thank you for following. Ruby With You says, weird, when I looked earlier, I thought it showed the video, but now it's showing me recent uploaded too. Maybe it's a thing like it gives you a cookie, like the first time you go, you see that video, and then the next time it won't. Alexa says, I see the intro video. The video is called Josh Foreman Channel Trailer. Yes, that is the one. Psychandria says, dude, I'm so bummed to hear you're no longer at ANET Dev. I just wanted to tell you thank you for all the hard work. I've been playing Guild Wars since 2006 and I've been a big fan of the game. Good luck with your future endeavors. Much love. Thank you. Seriously means a lot right now. Dr. Havana, thank you for following. Okay, so let me see what you're seeing in this screenshot. Boom. Yeah, that's not my YouTube homepage. Why is it not showing the right thing? I don't know. Maynard says, do you think they will ever say what the unannounced projects were? Probably not. I would guess that there's like NCSoft also has, you know, like they need to be protected legally from knowledge of that stuff as well. Yeah, maybe if I retire and get out of the game industry, I'll do a giant tell-all. I probably won't. I'm one of those goody two-shoes who actually tries to honestly do what is the right thing by as many people as possible whenever I can, so I probably won't. Hey, Morcho! Thank you for the subscription. I need subscriptions, and you are giving me what I need. Thank you. Immortality X says, will you still be playing Guild Wars 2? Can we maybe do things with you as a stream? I'm not going to rule anything out. Right now, I play 15 minutes of games when I wake up on my little tablet suspended above my face. I play high adrenaline, fast-paced roguelites like Dead Cells and Hollow Knight to give me an adrenaline boost. And that is the only games that I play right now because I'm so focused on getting this other thing done. I just can't. I would love to, but I can't. Railway Johnny is following. Thank you. Thank you. But if I do, hey, you'll be the first to know about it. Uman42 says, under in private, you go to the channel. I'm seeing your intro video, maybe a cookie YouTube issue. Ruby Weedy says, maybe if you subscribe it doesn't show up because I looked at another YouTuber I follow and his video isn't showing up either. That would be dumb. Reinhardt82 says, I just went to your channel and saw the intro video. Okay, yeah, maybe it is a sub thing. Big White Shogun says, maybe in 10 years we can come back and talk about it, guys. For now, let's just give it a break. I mean, I'm happy to talk about things that I can talk about, so I just, you know. I have years of practice of knowing where that line is. I've crossed it enough times and been, you know, reprimanded is not the right word, but ashamed. Because again, I honestly want to do the right thing in all situations, and I really, really try. So, So when I do the wrong thing that hurts people and is, against something that I agreed to, even if I didn't quite understand what I was agreeing to, I feel legitimately bad. So, yeah, I have no problem talking about what I can and just saying to things that I can't talk about, sorry, I can't talk about it. It's fine. It's fine. City of Christians just subscribed. Thank you, thank you. Pixel says, such a shame though that we could never know the fun stuff you guys were trying out. Yeah, I mean that's just the case in every game studio has stuff, you have to be crazy to just focus on only one thing ever. When a game studio starts out, obviously, yes, they are focused on the one game that they're making, but almost every studio after that tries to diversify into other, you want to be a 2-game studio. You don't want all your baskets in one egg. I just made that up. Maynard, hey, thanks for following. Hollow Knight Silk Song eventually too. Yeah, that seems like a good one to put on my list of games to think about streaming. Railway Jenny says, thanks for the fun over the years. Look forward to your future content. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Shogun says, oh, I was talking about canned projects. Oh, right. Yeah, I honestly don't know what the rules are on that sort of thing. Like, there's got to be some kind of statute of limitations on that sort of thing. That Vlarim subscribed. Thank you. Sky Shadow, thanks for following. Fictitious account? Oh my. Can't talk about the Wizard's Tower? Sadly, no. Except that I expected them to do something with it when I made it, and it has never been said we will never do anything with it, so do not be surprised if at some point something is done with it. That is all I will say. We don't talk about the Wizard's Tower. Pixel says, do you know if Chelsea Mills got cut as well? She's a friend of mine. Man, I wish I knew who all got cut and not cut, but we were separated into different rooms and, told to, you've got 20 minutes, get the stuff out of your desk, you got to be out of the building now. So, like, there was fast hugs and random, like, are you going? Are you? Am I don't know. What's going on? So, yeah, I still have no idea. I'll kind of discover it slowly over the coming week or so, I imagine. Chelsea's amazing. Man, she's such an amazing artist. She makes such incredible weapons and, like, professional movie quality cosplay as well. Go join Colin at Amazon. Yeah, I've heard mixed bags about that place. We'll see. I'm gonna obviously reach out to everyone I know and be like, "What's it like over there?" I'd love to work with Colin again. He's such a sweetheart, such a great guy. Much small sounds like a bad day. Yeah. It's I've had better days. I've also had worse. So Skogs guys following. Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna call you Skogs. Yeah, I spilled my coffee because I had to move my chair into an awkward place to clean out my little, pull-out drawer thingy, and then I rotated the chair just right, and yeah, it banged into the coffee cup that was right on the edge. What a stressful time. Fortunately, on Thursday, when I first heard the news, I was like, This is not good. Just as a precaution, I'm going to clear out all my toys, because I had this. I'm a sculptor. I collect a lot of action figures and stuff, so I had quite a collection on my desk. So I cleared all of those out on Wednesday. So fortunately, it was possible to get all my stuff. You know, they had special exclusions, obviously. Like, if you needed extra time, they could do it. It was just like they were trying to avoid that for legal purposes. People just hanging around for a long period of time, you know. Yeah, I definitely don't want to give the impression that it was like, you know, shock troops were sent in and people were forcing us out at gunpoint or anything. You know, it was all done with as much, you know, respect and dignity and compassion as you can do these things. So yeah, it's just a bummer. Bummer. Any studio I'd love to work for? I mean, like I was saying before, I don't even entertain those thoughts right now, because 100% it's just like, you know the studio I'd love to work for? One that has a 40-hour work week and that has Premier Blue Cross as their insurance. That's the studio I'd love to work for. There are certainly, like, specific games I'd love to work on a console, open world action game of some kind or another. But that's not my primary concern right now. Alexa says it's a shame there's no big room you're allowed to hang out into to say goodbye. Yeah, I mean things are being arranged for, you know, after everything's calmed down and stuff, we're all going to meet together somewhere and, you know, be able to say official goodbyes with all the time we need. Roe, Jenny says, do you plan on doing any modeling commissions? And if yes, what is the price range? Not at the moment. I really need to focus on getting my book done. That is my top priority. We've got a trilogy of books. The first one's coming out April 1st. I got to finish the cover for it, and then we got to get the next 2 books out ASAP, because that's super important for indie publishing, is you need to get a catalog going as fast as possible. So that's really all my free time is invested into that. And I discovered many years ago that there's no way to make, for me personally, to make any, like, even close to minimum wage, let alone a good amount of money by doing sculpture. That's why I was like, well, might as well just do tutorials and teach. That's what I really love doing that anyway, so. Pixel says, I mean, that's the best you can really hope for when working somewhere. Yeah, I mean, bonus if it's a stable place that I could work for many years, like ArenaNet was. ArenaNet was miraculously stable, especially if you consider that it was an MMO company. Like, how many MMO companies besides Blizzard are stable? The answer is 0. ArenaNet was the kind of the last holdout. Was it all random, like Infinity Gauntlet Finger, or did they just cut in areas that needed it? They were as strategic as they could be about it. Like, it was one of those things where, let's see, CB Game Freak, thanks for following. You know, they wanted to give people an opportunity. You know, they were like, if you want to leave, let us know. Captain Papaya, thanks for following. You know, if you want to leave, tell us so that we make sure we're, you know, not letting someone go, you know, that could take your place, sort of thing, right? And yeah, I honestly, I don't know how, like, is there a good way to handle that situation? I don't know that there is. It's like every way you can cut it, it's going to hurt some people in some way, and there's just, yeah. Zephyrus Yao is now following. That would be hilarious though if like Mo put on an Infinity Gauntlet and it just like had a program that randomly emailed half the people at the company. and then randomly one of the emails is him and he gets fired. No, don't. Shogun says, I feel like I became beta reader so late to the party. Well, yeah, I mean, I've had people beta reading for the past year, so you were late to the party. Sorry, bud. On the plus side, your feedback has been super valuable, and I want more. So I'm willing to, you know, hold off as long as I possibly can to get the rest of your feedback on Book 1. You'll have a lot more time to do Book 2. Thomas T. Gnome, thanks for following. Yeah, Blizzard isn't stable anymore. Yeah, there's just, you can't, I mean, nothing is safe. The whole industry is going through something. What it is, I don't know. Like, I watch kind of the simplistic take on it of like Jimquisition, where it's just like, it's all greedy, evil businessmen. And it's like, yeah, that's a part of it. There are definitely enough greedy, evil businessmen to go around. But like everyone that I know at every level is passionate about making cool games. Certainly at ArenaNet and almost every other company I've ever worked at, that was their motivation. It was not evil, greedy businessman thing. It was a lot of really difficult decisions that cascade over the years, and you never know. You're making these hard decisions that will have downstream effects that you can't possibly know the thing about. And yeah, I don't know. Something big is happening. Probably has to do with the economy, with the culture changing, with you know, technology change. Who knows? Who knows? At least they gave you severance. Some places aren't even that generous. Yeah. Yeah, and obviously I've been there for so long for a reason, because it's a company full of kind, caring, generous, compassionate people. So yeah, I mean, I suppose NCSoft could have come in with their shock troopers and been like, no, but NCSoft isn't evil. They just, you know, they're at a distance and they're making decisions based on numbers. They're not here on the ground. I don't know. I don't blame anyone for it. It's just a series of mistakes by a series of people that stacked up enough. Uman42 says, it sucks when the order comes from above and there is nothing to be done about it. Yep. Brimstar says, there really isn't a good way to handle that situation, but it sounds like they tried their best for you guys. Yeah, I honestly believe that's true. Big White Shogun says, you should have aimed for the head. Fear Me Games is now following. Hey, thanks for the follow, Fear Me Games. Sparkle Gretty says, I'm glad that I live in Germany. Here they can't just say that you have to leave next week. They have to tell you 1 month in advance, and depending on the contract, even more. So in the U.S., they have it where they have the option to let you go immediately, but they have to pay you for 2 months, regardless, if it's a layoff situation like this. So everyone got 2 months of severance at least. And then they did additional for people who had been there longer. So, and that they didn't need to do. That was honoring people like me who had been there forever and had been loyal and not bounced around from company to company like so many people do. So yeah, I'm not mad. I'm just sad. Shogun says, I promise that I will finish the book and send you my notes in the next 48 hours. Oh, that'd be super cool. I'd appreciate that. I mean, the first then should be, God, I always struggle with those two. Then and then. Most Americans struggle with that as well, so no worries. Alexa says, the gaming industry is heartbreaking right now. I feel like it's going through something big and awful, but I'm hoping come out better one day. Yeah, I wish I knew what it was. Sorry, whoever starts with an X, I can barely see your name because you're dark blue on black. Says, just want to let you know that I love your work and your team's work. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Pixel says, wet paint makes her look sweaty. She's really sweating now. Although, thanks for reminding me that I need to dab out her eye so it doesn't get totally gummed up. Renate says, not wanting to start a flame war, but did Jessica Price and Peter land on their feet elsewhere? I didn't know Jessica that well. I don't know what happened to her. Peter is actually lives like 2 miles from my house, and we're definitely still friends and connected. He's been at Nintendo for the past 5 or 6 months. I believe it was just a contract gig. You know what? I shouldn't say anything about other people who aren't me. Sorry. I honestly don't think he would care, but just as a policy, I need to remind myself, don't talk about other people. Suffice it to say, I think he's all right. He's going to be all right. Debt Freelance said, if you put it that way, all we can do is our best in such ugly situations. Keep at it. Yeah. Pixel says, Peter hasn't. I've been watching his Twitter. He's just spending time with his fam. Railway Jenny says, Washington State is an at-will state. You can quit or be fired whenever. That said, we got some pretty nice labor protections like mandatory sick leave and lunch breaks. Sorry, does Nintendo anger you, Pixel? Peter is a very good person. I love him dearly. Sperso Grady says, at Nintendo, you'll find ways to kill our favorite characters while smiling. I doubt they give him that much creative freedom. But maybe that's why Luigi got killed by the Grim Reaper. No, I think he was after that. No. Glad people don't tell every inch of their life on Twitter. Life would be way too transparent. I definitely err on the side of being way too transparent. I have to watch myself on that. Alexa says, if you and Peter want to start up a comedy show, I'm all for it. Hilarious duo. Our comedy show would be called You Must Not Talk About Wizard's Tower. Alright, I promised I would go back to Flying Snowman. Here's what Flying Snowman is. Verces, thanks for following. Okay, so Flying Snowman is taken from the anecdote of a writer. I cannot remember his name. He says he's reading a book to his, a child's book to his child, and drink whenever someone alludes to Wizard's Tower. Oh boy, that'd be rough. He's reading this book to his kid about a magical snowman. The magical snowman comes to life. It dances around. It, does a variety of tricks, that you would expect from a magic dancing snowman. And then, at some point, the snowman takes off and flies away. And that, I can't remember if he was saying it upset his kid or it upset him or both of them equally. But that's how he coined the term, the flying snowman. It's the idea that you're willing to accept the improbable or impossible to some arbitrary point. And at that point, and you can't put your finger on it, and you can't articulate why, it just suddenly doesn't make sense that a character would do or say a certain thing or be able to do that thing that they couldn't do or that you didn't expect them to do. And but again, there's no rational reason that a magical snowman can't fly, right? You can't point to a rule that would say that. It just feels wrong. And so, yeah, you come across that in stories from time to time, where it's just like, no, they can't do that. That doesn't, no. It's not a Deus Ex Machina, because it's not like this thing comes in and saves the day. It's more like the nature of the thing is apparently different in some ineffable way that doesn't make sense to you. There's a rule. Quantum physics. That's right. Fear Me Games says, I don't know how much about art. I was wondering, you are trying to reset the color of the statue, or is this an additional layer? Hey, Red Chim, thanks for following. So what this is actually paint that has metal powder in it, like iron in it. And so after this paint dries, I will coat it with this acid that will rust it and actually create a bumpy, corroded surface. Because this particular cast has a bunch of bubbles in it, and so I'm just experimenting to see, like, what if it looked like it was pulled out of an old ship from the bottom of the sea? I want to give it that kind of look. Your mic is peaking a bit, and we're getting that buzzing sound. Oh, okay, let me, Hey, I'm talking really loud. Yep, okay, it gets into the red. Sorry. I'll just bump it down a few dB. Hopefully, is that better? My voice is actually kind of, yeah. Little sleep. Pixel Dagos, thanks for following. Little sleep mixed with just like this manic, crazy day. I'm sure I'm just like, I'm manic right now, really. And after this stream, I will just collapse into a puddle. And it'll be good. I look forward to collapsing into a puddle. But again, all this outpouring of love and support from people who have played stuff that my content is in and appreciated it has been just incredibly satisfying and a balm on my soul. Poly painting with extra steps. Yeah, more or less. Let's see. Reader says, it's the straw that finally breaks the camel's back where it comes to your suspension of disbelief. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I'm just a snowman ready to melt. Yep. As long as I don't, like at the end of the stream, if I just suddenly like just fly off to the side, you'd be pretty upset about that, wouldn't you? No, you want to see me melt into a puddle, like a real living snowman should. Ruby Doobie Doo says, I'm glad we could all be here to support you so you can puddle with satisfaction. Yeah, let's not make this the puddle with satisfaction stream, shall we? Shall we not? Sounds good. I've already done enough nipple wetting. I'm not going to add puddle, how did you say that? Puddle satisfaction as well. Skinner X, thanks for following. You are not the only exhausted one, Ruby. Let's see. The level of from says, actually, it'd be pretty cool if you ended the stream by revealing you have the power of flight. I should do that sometime. I should just rig myself up to one of those Peter Pan theater rigs in the back and just be sitting here the whole stream, and out of nowhere, just flip a lever and the sandbag goes down backstage and I just hover off. That would be great. Big White Shogun says, that is a good way of saying it, actually. Let's think about it. My job here is done. Time to make some great things elsewhere. Cool, man. I love awkward double entendres that are really only double entendre-ish if you, like, squint and really force it. And even then, it stays incredibly awkward. Puddle with a Satisfaction is the Christian version of Puddle of Mud Band. Kind of like Creed. Excellent. I'd listen to that. Half my CD library, and I do have a CD library that has hundreds of CDs, is Christian heavy metal, so I have no room to judge anyone's musical taste. I even started a Christian metal band right when I got out of high school. Mostly so I could make an incredible cover, album cover for it. Pixel says, took part in the recent Guild Wars 2 Winners Day fanzine and got the card you all signed with my contributor package. I think I'll have to frame it because it's such a nice treasure to me. Aw, thanks. I worked very hard on my signature. I have two. One where I just do like a quick circle with the logo in it, and one where I do the full ridiculous, and it takes like probably a good 20 seconds to do that signature. Which, when you're doing hundreds of signings, it's not very practical. Immortality X, Silverbriar, thanks for following, Silverbriar. Immortality X says, a feeling when you get to work and Josh is still streaming. Hey, it's my new job now. I might as well embrace it. I'm just gonna stream all the time, all day, every day. When you're at work, when you're at home, when you're in the bathtub. I'll be there to stream for you. Bonk. I'll be there to break my sculptures for you. Ryan882 says CDs, the equivalent of VHS tapes for music these days. Yep. And says, need to pull out those tasty jams, Josh. I'd love to hear some of that music. Go to my YouTube channel, and fairly recently I uploaded a video called Dead Pharisees, Mummified Priest. You can listen to the sweet, sweet tunes of my band. complete with special effects that I added to make the video spicy over like pictures of us in Alaska in the early 90s. Shogun says, need to go make some breakfast. Should be back in 20 minutes. Alright. You know, I'll most likely be here. Unless I'm a puddle. And then I won't be able to stop the stream. It'll just be a stream of me as a puddle. Uman42 says, speaking of Guild Wars 2 Winter's Day, there is nothing more festive and in touch with the Christmas spirit than kicking Scrit. Who came up with that idea? Good question. So, my ideas that were in Winter's Day was the idea of having a flying airship. I did not envision it as a golem. That was Daniel Dochu's idea. A flying airship, and I wanted to have a like a Christmas village that you could run around and stomp the buildings. Like, to me, that's my ultimate Christmas fantasy. Whenever I see those little Christmas villages, it'd be so awesome to just be Godzilla all over them, right? So, I think those were my main contributions to Winter's Day. I don't remember. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Peter Freeze who came up with kicking Scrit. That's right, streaming is life. Pixel says, wish I could be artistic with my SIG, but I just resigned to drawing a bunch of circles in the end. That sounds unique. Our Alexa says, I was surprised a band called Write This Down was Christian rock. Really, when I noticed how many cool bands there were in the genre. I mean, Christian rock is not a genre. Because, I mean, there's Christian death metal, and Christian black metal, and Christian metalcore, and Christian rap, and, yeah, I mean, they try to make their version of pretty much everything. I just did album covers for a Christian heavy metal band called Demon Hunter. Not related to the class in Diablo, mind you. They were Demon Hunter back in 2000, before that class. Hey, Railway Janny, thanks for the cheer. my new streaming life, I appreciate it. Yeah, but they're a favorite band of mine, and so it was really awesome to do album covers for them. They're doing a double album that's coming out, I want to say March 1st, called War and Peace. So I did 2 album covers. Yeah, don't feel bad about that, our Alexa. They're, like, it's argued about by everyone in Christian bands too, because a lot of people don't want to be called a Christian band, right? They just want to be a band that happens to be full of Christians. And then some are like, well, what's the point of like even making the distinction then? And lately most bands don't make the distinction, right? Like As I Lay Dying was quote unquote a Christian band, and Creed, you know, they never called themselves a Christian band. Trying to think of who else is kind of popular and in the mainstream-ish. Chevelle. Chevelle started out as a Christian band, quote unquote. But it was like, if your like lyrical content isn't really about that, then what's the point of like going under that moniker? It's just marketing mostly. You have a built-in demographic if you call yourself that. Human42 says, oh, the Chalice of Tears, at least there were checkpoints. You know, Chalice of Tears, I'm so glad like the writer on the team refused to let me call it that for the longest time. I had to fight to get them to finally relent and be like, all right, I guess it's appropriate. This can be the Chalice of Tears. I like making jumping puzzles of all difficulty levels. I like making relaxing ones and puzzling ones and infuriating ones because I like all of those experiences at different times, right? What's no fun is if you feel like you have to do one that doesn't match your desire, right? And we didn't always do the best job of making sure that kind of difficult stuff wasn't critical path. We always thought about it and worked towards that, but there's so many things you have to balance in an MMO. It's crazy. Oh yeah, Christian black metal exists. I have like 30 CDs of it. It's silly. It's so silly. All right, Brimstar, you get some sleep, man. I appreciate your hanging out. Thanks for the love. Muse. I didn't know about Muse. Are they Christians? Pixel says, honestly, Josh, you need a mug that says Chalice of Players' Tears. That would be hilarious. Immortality X says, so I've saved up so many resources for the last episode, Legendary Greatsword. Can you tell us if it's a joke legendary, like the Divinity or the Fire Cake Torch? I understand if you can't. Lazes, 123 now following. No, I can't talk about any upcoming stuff. Also, to be honest, I've been so heads down trying to learn the scripting tool that, like, I probably couldn't tell you almost anything about Guild Wars lately. It's just been insane. As an achievement hunter with the motto of doing everything, it's hard to skip one achievement in the entire living story because you can't make the JP. Yeah, I always pushed to not have achievements for jumping puzzles, specifically because of that. But, I mean, so the counter argument is that, well, communities get together, friends, guilds, whatever, and help each other through it with mesmer portals or, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's not the worst thing ever to have them. I don't know. I hate the feeling of people feeling like they have to do something I made and being mad or upset about it. I do not ever want to make people mad or upset. That's just not my MO. Demarose says, got Hidden Garden in mind. Okay, Ruby Woodoo says, the only reason I didn't like Chalice of Tears is the particle effects that hurt my eyes, but my favorite one to speedrun is Morgan's Spiral. That's such a pretty one. Ruby Woodoo says, Hidden Garden is nice too. Artexa says, getting killed near the end of Obsidian over and over is my most stressful moment. Real tears were shed, and my boyfriend had to bring me back to reality. Although I didn't break my Guild Wars mouse doing the clock tower. Bad habit of slamming it when I failed. To be honest, I've slammed my mouse on clock tower a time or two. Feels rewarding when you complete it, so it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Video games, am I right? Mortality says, so is the Chalice of Tears actually considered for a daily objective once upon a time? Oh god, I hope not. I mean, I wanted it to be pretty hidden and just for connoisseurs of jumping puzzles, right? But, you know, my intentions and what actually happens is rarely align. I thought I liked playing Mesmer because of chars with butterflies, then I discovered I was just meant to be the token JP porter. bright side, people were always happy with your jumping puzzles. I mean, some people weren't. Not so secret, JP was my personal enemy. There's so many helpful people. There are still people pretty much daily portaling players through Chalice. Oh, that's sweet. I mean, see, a facilitated community. I feel good about that. Back then, before I bought a mouse, I always played Guild Wars 2 with my with your Wacom. What? That's crazy talk. How? Hoppy. Okay, I did like a bunny. Alright, DHX, just spell it out. What did I miss? I want to know. Now I feel like I'm missing out on something amazing. I did cry at COT, so I was temporarily unhappy, though happy when I succeeded. Pixel says, do you use the mouse that came with the Wacom, or like the pin? Pixel says, what if you use the pin? I would... Oh, which if you use the pin, I would also say what? Yes. Look on the bright side, people are always happy with your jumping... Oh! Okay, yeah, I just misread it. I wish you could say it out loud, so I would have picked up on that delicious pun. Is that a pun? That's not even a pun. That's just a word replaceal. And I just made up the word replaceal. I hope you like it, guys. You gotta live with it now. Replaceal is a thing. Alright, set this aside for a bit. Don't want to do anything with this one. I kind of feel like I want to try bathing her first, because I've heard it said that resin should be washed after you pull it out of the mold, and I just have never done that, and I probably should. Okay, this is done. Out. This brush is pretty much toast. Oh, the Intuos comes with a mouse as well. Okay, I didn't realize that. I'm glad I read it. Life is full of a variety of textures and sensations, and sometimes they're not always pleasant, and I appreciate that. Life Synthesizer says, just set the Wacom settings using mouse instead of map to monitor, so I don't have to have a hissy fit with the camera problems. Also playing PvP Worldly World mode was relentless for me. Huh. Interesting. Zephyris Yo says, I have to say Josh Foreman is a pretty metal name, I think. Okay, I'll take it. I screamed in a heavy metal band for a while, so I'll take it. Appropriate. Speaking of metal, now that I have the time, I really want to get to getting this guy gitted. I need to get this guy gitted, guys. So this is another 3D print. Riri 5x5. Hey, how you doing, Riri 5x5? How you doing? All right, you get some sleep, Ruby. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. All the kind words. Hope to see you again. Love hanging out with you. Immortality X just read that Gail was also let go. She gave the bestest of hugs. Yeah, she almost got away today without a hug. Her and Andrew, her son who also works there, they were driving out of the parking lot, and I was like, oh my god, this can't happen. So I like jumped in front of the car and was like, stop! And I made it, and she got out of the car and gave her a couple other coworkers as well were there. So we all gave her hugs. And I'm sure we'll see her at some kind of going away thingamajig at some point soon. So proper hugs can be given. Let's see, Railway says, the best part of your sculpts, they look better than anything in the kitsch in the Christian bookstores. I could see this in a Christian bookstore. Actually, it probably will be, because this is literally a printout of the 3D model I made in ZBrush for the Demon Hunter album cover. So, a lot of Christian bookstores, they get squeamish and they put like little stickers that cover the gross parts of Christian heavy metal albums. It's hilarious. Ah, I got something I can see on my nose. I can't. Hopefully it's gone. Okay. So. This guy, so here's some renders done in Keyshot, so I have better reference. The printout was very rough, so again, I'm completely sculpting over the whole thing. You can kind of see what the print texture unfinished is like. Sorry, my camera's getting dumb. It gets tired after a couple hours. But yeah, that's those like weird little stair-steppy things are the print artifacts. And so yeah, I've been going over everything, and I got it printed out in all these pieces so that I could mold and cast it. Ryan from Demon Hunter would love to have a copy, and I would love to have a copy, so I figure I might as well do that. Do you do Keyshot renders, Life Synthesizer? I use Keyshot because, and it's an old version, because I got the ZBrush Keyshot like package for a super good deal. I want to say it was like $200, whereas if you get the normal Keyshot, it's thousands of dollars. So pretty happy about that. Trying to decide how much of this texture I want to rebuild, because this is what I love about the sculpt is the way the lines flow down, but then there's these cross lines that are subtly underneath it. That's super easy to do in ZBrush, super hard to do with real clay. Try to expand between Keyshot, Substance, and Marmoset. Yeah, I'm so bad at rendering. There's just, again, I am not a technical person. I'm very organic, hands-on, experiment with real-life stuff. Huh. Why is that weird? Oh, I'll bet the horn piece comes down. My friend who was printing it out for me hasn't finished printing all the pieces, so I can't. I'm having to guess at how some of this stuff is going to end up. So that's fine now. Let's look at this here connection. Hey Ed, good morning. How you doing? You know, people who are like me, who are good at organic, wish they were better at techie stuff, and techie people wish they were better at organic stuff, and that's how the world goes round. People with straight hair want curly hair, and people with curly hair want straight hair. Me, I just want crazy hair. Railway, Jan says, if it makes you feel better, I go, I make trains in Minecraft and just ogle the pretty, sculpts? Is that what you're saying? I'm doing alright, Ed. Let's just say I'm balanced out by feeling extremely stressed and sad and upset on one hand, and on the other hand extremely like affirmed and loved and appreciated on the other hand, and both of those things are existing in my brain at the same time right now, and I'm operating on 10 hours of sleep over the past 4 days. And so yeah, is that okay? If that counts as a definition of okay, then I'm okay. Yeah, I agree, Silverbriar. That's not technically enough sleep. Some have no hair, so I guess silver lining for most people. Yeah, that's a good point. Count your blessings, huh? Yeah, every time I got to sleep, since Thursday when I found out I'm probably losing my job, I would get to sleep late, because I'm just stressed, worried, thinking what ifs. And then I would fall asleep and then like wake up within an hour and then just be wide awake for doing the same thing for the next, until 6 or 7 in the morning. It was no fun. I think I'll sleep better now that things are like done, because I have a smaller subset of things to worry about now. I just have to worry about getting a job that has insurance for my sick wife. That's all I gotta do. As opposed to, oh my god, how do I keep this job? What can I do? What can I possibly do? Who can I talk to? How can I find out more information? That's done. That part's done. Good. Life Synthesizer says, the only hair I wish I'm good at is hair cards for characters. Oh, right. Like polygons that have hair texture on them. Silverbriar says, yeah, that makes sense. Hope you get good rest soon. Me too. I think it'll come. It will come in time. Alexa says, my first thought was, your wife, you're both amazing, so I know you'll be fine, but I hope she is okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's my first thought as well. My first, middle, and last thought. Just want her to be in as little pain as possible. She's consigned to an incredibly sucky, painful life. And the more I can mitigate that, the better I feel about everything. doing some dentistry here. This is where the dentist genes pay off, because my dad was a dentist, and I actually started a dental lab in high school where I made retainers and space maintainers. So I know all about them teeth. And they look exactly like this. Oh yeah, Ed, I was let go. I was on the chopping block and hit the old dusty trail this morning. Like, man, I wish I would have known it was happening today. I would have just slept in. Railway Jan says, if insurance is the main goal, check jobs with King County government. They always are looking for art people in various marketing positions. Huh. It's an interesting thought. I would be so sad to not work in video games anymore. But, on the other hand, if I can't find one that has the insurance I need, then yeah, I'll look elsewhere. I'd freaking work at McDonald's if it gave me the gave me the healthcare I need. DHX says, I'd be surprised if Josh isn't getting flooded with job offers, and just hope that some of them have a little tact. Flooded? No. I've got a few potential leads. But again, it all comes down to that health insurance. Few places have it. And then, like, man, if I have to take a job at one of the, like, 70 to 80% of game companies that require you to work 60 or 80-hour weeks, it's going to be such a bummer, because I can't do this stuff if I'm, you know, constantly working. Just as I read Immortality saying, love the positivity. Yeah, I'm the picture of positivity. Demo says, come work in France, health insurance for everyone. Yep, that's something we've been talking about here, is like all the different countries that I could go to. I mean, Canada, it's like 300 miles away. And I have a friend who has a friend who has the same disease that Heather does. EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. She's been diagnosed with this for years. I still can't say the word. The name, but and she lives in Canada, and she's getting pretty good treatment. She's getting all the surgeries that she needs. That's the thing with EDS, is you just constantly need surgeries. Like, Heather just had her 15th surgery like three weeks ago, and she needs many more. Life Synthesizer says, there's always the film industry to work at, just different workflow. Yeah, that's a weird thing too, because that's like the whole union thing, and you have to find a new gig after every job. That sounds terrible. So many of my friends at work came from Hollywood. You know, like they created aliens and monsters from huge famous films, and they're my coworkers now. And it's because they are just sick of the instability in Hollywood. But yeah, now they come to the game industry and it gets just as bad. So. What are you gonna do? Everything is always changing. Try to focus on what's important. DHX says, McDonald's here makes coffee at midnight. They were a lifesaver while I was on night shift. Nice. Ed says, wait, so they let you go within a day? Does a company need like 3 or so months of continued payment, at least to give you time to find a new job? Yeah, so legally, if they let you go as fast as they did here, they're legally obligated to give you 2 months of pay. So I've got 60 days of salary, and then additionally, just because ArenaNet is like that and they legitimately care about people, they're giving additional money for how long you've been at the company. So I've been there a long time, so I've got enough money to last a while, you know, several months, but the health insurance runs out in 1 month. But again, ArenaNet's awesome. They gave us money for 2 months of this thing called Cobra, which is a system that extends your existing health insurance for 2 months. So we've got 3 more months of health insurance, and again, that's the only thing that I care about. And then after that, we would have to pay for health insurance, which is thousands and thousands of dollars a month. It's just, there's no way to do it as an individual or as a freelancer for the kind of health coverage that we need, because I have a wife with a degenerative disease, and like that's just, your expenses are just going to be a lot in those cases. Uh-oh, my battery's low. Oh, thanks, Silverbriar. Yes, Ehlers-Danlos, or Danlos, or Dan. I'll just say Danlos. Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So there's no S at the first one. There's an S at the second one. Okay. I'm sure it's 2 people's last names who are very proud of naming that disease. Our Texas says, every time I hear about the crap people go through with the U.S. healthcare, I'm so horrified by it. I wish I could send you some of the UK free stuff. On the plus side, we pay, you know, a fraction of the taxes that you guys do. And, you know, if we were smart, we would all be saving. We'd have huge savings accounts so that when we are between jobs, we can afford healthcare ourselves. But I don't know. I would much rather at this point have a government system, because, you know, I'm in this special case where we cost a lot. Wirebash, thanks for following. Hey Kenzo, good morning. Laserbeam says, employment in most U.S. states is at will, and people can leave or be let go with little or no notice. Yep. We're all about freedom here in America, and we pay for that freedom with lack of stability. There's always a balance there, and America is like near the end of the spectrum on that front. Alright, I feel like I can't do more on this until I get the other pieces. So I'm going to get back to my little display. Kaluna, thanks for the follow. Yeah, it is a nice severance. It could have been a lot worse. Could always be better, but could definitely have been worse. So we're okay for a couple months. Let's move this. How much is healthcare for individuals in the U.S. per month? Yeah, there's a million different factors that play into that. I think, and Lucifer could probably correct me if I'm wrong, I think we finally got rid of the pre-existing conditions clause that was where companies could like make it virtually impossible for anyone to afford if you have a pre-existing condition. I think Obamacare got rid of that, but I don't know how extensive or specific that is. But yeah, for the stuff that we need, it's just 0% chance that I could afford it. Okay, so here's my little display stand for conventions. Sorry again for the jerky camera. The only way to fix it is to restart my computer, so I'm not going to do that. So it's got real metal on this base here, and I want to add my website, my business website, to the top, so that, and it's going to sit in front of my Colossus. I have a 4 foot tall Colossus that is going to be standing right behind it. So when people take pictures of it at my booth, I want my website to be in the picture, right? So they'll take pictures, they'll share it on social media, and everyone will be like, hey, I'm going to go to that website and oh, look, a book. I'm going to buy that book. That's how it works. Lucifer says, correct, Obamacare, fix that. Okay, good. Good to know. Freedom mainly extends to those who can afford it. Yeah. Let's just say, as in all of history, the more money you have, the more freedom you have. This has always been the case. Can we ever get past it as a species? I don't know. That'd be nice. So far, all the serious attempts at like doing an end run around that have failed pretty disastrously. But I don't give up hope. I think a mix of technology, AI. Now, granted, all of these things could also spell our doom, but I think they also are the only potential solution to our problems. If we can get to a post-scarcity society, that'd be great. Let's just do that. Let's do that now. Post-scarcity society. Go! Alright, and so I have these little letters that have been soaking in water because I had paper glued to them so that I could cut them out in proper shapes. Not improper shapes. Don't worry, you guys. This is a safer work stream. Yeah, so the big lion head, I could not figure out a way. Where'd he go? I literally just had him here. Maybe I ate the big lion head. Anyway, there was a big lion head there, and because it's breathoflifedev.com, the of was gonna have to like be right in front of the face, on top of the face, no matter where it went. It was just bad layout. Yes, I plan on attending cons regularly. I'm starting with an extremely local brand new con that just popped up as a practice convention this Saturday. And then there's a much bigger one, bigger and older con in Tacoma called NorwestCon. And I will be there, and I've got a big fancy booth in the works for that. This is one of the fancy things. I'm trying to get as many of the fancy things built right now as possible, because I just want to go through the logistics of, okay, how do I load all this stuff in my car? How do I unpack it? How do I set it up? You know, just how do I get my payment system working? Like, there's just a million logistical things you have to deal with at a convention when you do a convention booth. Definitely want to do any conventions around here, down to Portland, east to Spokane, you know, any place within, I'd say, like 3 or 4 hours. I signed up for Emerald City Comic Con, and I guess I didn't make the cut for some reason. Yeah, I got a tiny little baby lion head here that I worked on the last stream. So I'm trying to give these kind of a banged up surface so they kind of match this this kind of corroded metal, and I'll paint them to match. It says, you do have a much larger number of viewers. Let's hope you can make Twitch partner. That might be a bit of a help. Yeah, it would be. All I have to do is get fired every day, and I'll get 100 viewers. That's the rules. Mr. Beam says, I just want to thank you so much for your work on SAB. It was hugely inspiring for me. I won't ever forget the time I saw you standing in front of the entrance crying after it closed. It was, yeah. The first time we opened that, it was so exciting. And likewise, when it closed, it was like, oh, all this wonderful excitement is gone. Boo. But hey, comes back every year. That's cool. Made it into the regular festival rotations. So it will live on in perpetuity in its beautiful, halfway finished state. Austinine says, which Portland Con? I don't know. I should probably start looking into that. Do you recommend any? Did they just have Wizarding World down there or something? Wizard Con? Something like that? Pixel, you don't like the rules of the limited time for Super Adventure Box? Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly mixed about it. It's got its pros and cons. You know, I feel like the Christmas analogy is apt, or birthday, or whatever. Like, yearly things are special because they're yearly. Railway Janet says, I'm fired too. Fired up for your art. Good one. DHX says, face has encountered palm. I'm so loopy and manic right now. I would literally appreciate probably any joke right now. Any joke. Try me. I will be amused by it. I don't like the rules of you getting 100 watchers but have to get fired each time for it. Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be tough to find a place that will hire me for one day. Every single day, unless it's one of those things. Someone here offered to hire me every day and fire me the next day. That might have been Shogun. What's brown and sticky? Knock knock. That's a bad joke, you guys. You need to coordinate better. What's blue and smells like red paint? A stick. Okay, I'm sorry, Lucifer. You proved me wrong. Now, okay, what's blue and smells like red paint? Blue paint. I don't know if there's a like a catalog number for the what I'm feeling right now. There's certainly not a name for it. I love dad jokes. Do you guys see that? I can't remember his name. That the actor who plays Kratos in God of War at Comic-Con or something. They had him read a bunch of dad jokes and they superimposed them over footage of God of War. He's telling dad jokes to his son. It is the most precious, delightful thing I've seen in a long time. Lockadonk says, I understand it's the business, but it really doesn't look like it bodes well publicity for ArenaNet or Guild Wars 2 in the future, unfortunately. I hope things work out for them and for you, though. Yeah, it's going to be rough going for them to bounce back. I mean, from my perspective, I mean, okay, I have zero insight into like the money part of things, right? So I cannot critique or be upset about whatever decisions were made that said, okay, this has to happen. What I can say is that my feelings are that Guild Wars 2 is going to do well. It's gonna do great. It's got key people that are still there, as far as I know, that really drove the vision of the game and the quality and the renewed focus on Guild Wars 2, because we were not incredibly focused as a studio. We were trying to do lots of things. That's just a publicly known thing, right? I'm not breaking NDA here. We were trying to do lots of things. I can't say what those things were, but the focus that's going to come out of this will be good for Guild Wars 2 as a game. I'm fairly confident about that. What it means for the studio and long-term future, that I'm not so sure about. I mean, it's obviously never a good sign when a studio does that. But, you know, I know plenty of people who work at studios that have gone through it and came out of the end, you know, better for it. Is that appropriate if you lay a bunch of people off? I don't know. It's a whole thing. Christopher Judge, yes, that's his name, thank you. Big White Shogun says, how do you sink a Polish battleship? Answer, put it in water. That's a good one. Oh man, I missed a good knock-knock joke. Who's there? Who? Yeah, finish the knock-knock joke. Knock-knock, who's there? Who? Who? What are you, an owl? Oh, okay. That's alright. I mean, if I hadn't heard it in 3rd grade, I'd probably find it funnier. Sadly, novelty is a large part of humor. Yeah, if you're not in person, that who is hard to pick up. It's like, it just sounds like crosstalk on a stream. How Spaghetti Code was Guild Wars 2? No more or less than most games I've worked on. Our editor, that thing was a mess, for sure. building maps was like learning 13 different programs. Bastix, thanks for following. How much environment art gets to see the code? Yeah, I mean, we just suffer the consequences. We don't see the code itself. Hopefully the morale will be good enough for people. Oh, morale will be good enough for people to stay. Yeah, it's going to be tricky because a lot of people, I mean, if you're rational, you start looking the instant you hear layoffs, right? So there's going to be a lot of people who put feelers out who would not have left otherwise. And then, you know, it takes weeks sometimes for companies to get back to you. And so there's going to be a lot of people that are like, oh, this place is interested in me, and then it makes them think. And so some percentage of those people are going to be leaving over the next while. You know, they know that. There's no way around that. Lucifer said, being a Guild Wars 1 player for 2 years, I'd also love to know how Guild Wars 2 dev was. It was really exciting. You know, we worked on Guild Wars 1. I got there in 2003, and we essentially worked on that same engine until 2008 or 9. So all the innovations that we were trying to do with Guild Wars 2, especially, I mean, for me, it was all about the movement, right? Just that fast, that action, the skills, the movement, the jumping. Damnum! Hey, thank you for following. So yeah, I was loving it. That was a great time, great years. Railway says, remember when you play Minecraft, everyone is a blockhead, even you? Wait, was that a joke? DHX says, I do level design and really just scratch the surface, even on a project known to be spaghetti code. I couldn't tell. Yeah. Have you ever, DHX, have you ever seen my, game, playthrough / level art and design analysis that I did on, Extra Play channel? You might be interested in that if you enjoy level design. You can always find it on my YouTube channel if you go to my my playlist. I think it's called Professional Work. There's a link to some of them, and you can find the rest from there. We did an Uncharted game, a Lara Croft game. I think the first Tomb Raider remake. We did some Breath of the Wild, some Horizon Zero Dawn. Lucifer says, I played Guild Wars 1 a bit obsessively from 2005. Launch to mid 2007-ish. Wow, 2 years. That's what's crazy about working on MMOs, is how long people spend with your stuff. Yeah, Ed, it was not on my channel. I mean, I have a link to it on my channel. It was, have you ever heard of the channel, Extra Credits, where they talk about game design and stuff? They did a spin-off channel called Extra Play, and I was a guest on a bunch of episodes with Dan, and we played through those games I just mentioned. Well, not the whole games, but, you know, several hours And so I think each of them has like 10 episodes of Let's Play mixed with design and art talk and analysis. Rate says, I managed to complete Prophecies and Eye of the North, but I was too scrubbed to complete Nightfall and Factions. Yeah, some of those got kind of hardcore. Phoenix Art says, how's it going? Says, my husband loves the Uncharted games. Yeah, I really like those too. I mean, I grew up with Indiana Jones, so anything Indiana Jonesy I automatically love. Uncharted are some of the best written AAA titles. Yeah, they're definitely, I mean, Naughty Dog always sets the bar when it comes to like getting as close as you can to like Hollywood production value, you know, characters and acting and I still don't agree with the use of cutscenes in video games that way, but I can't deny that they do a freaking incredible job at it. Fictitious account remembers that Breath of the Wild video. Cool. Someone's seen it. It's good at least someone has. Oh man, you gotta check out Extra Credits, dude. It's an awesome channel. Alright, Demo Rose. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. See you next time. WK Brethel says, oh, the old time I played Indiana Jones. I feel too old. Well, try being me, man. Try being truly middle-aged. Then you'll feel old. I'm just kidding. I don't feel old. I am old, but I don't feel old. Alexa says, haven't played them. Could you possibly share your thoughts on cutscenes in games? Well, I've written a massive video series that I started filming in the year of our Lord 2010, specifically about this topic. I still plan to release them after I get some of these books out. And build the sets that I want to build to make it like super pro looking. Like I dressed up as all these different characters and went to all these, did all these location shoots. And so the thing's going to be very entertainment driven thing. I will say, if you're super interested in my thoughts on it, I have a featured blog post on Gamma Sutra you can go read. Every time I try to sum up my thoughts on it, it just turns into a rambling mess. So I don't even want to try. Let's just say video games as an art form have not matured, obviously. We're still making lots of headway. The technology is always changing the design. And the way we've been telling stories, specifically linear edited narratives, by using cutscenes, I don't think is healthy for the long-term growth or maturation of the art form. It's a fine placeholder, but the problem is people are now becoming... Okay, never mind. I'm starting to ramble again. Never mind. I'm not going to do it. Phoenix Art says, I feel like a dinosaur now. Yeah, you and me both. Ed says, Josh, you just called me ancient. Feels bad, man. Did I? DHX says, the Indiana Jones one about that Aztec god, I usually forget the name of the game. I don't remember. I remember the one about Atlantis. I don't remember an Aztec god one. Unless you're talking about a movie. No, you're talking about a game. Railway says, does working with that letter make you feel kind of teed off? You know what? F. DHX says, but somehow I remember Noor Absol was the main antagonist. Okay. Just from that, I can see where you're going, so thank you. Yep, no problem. Atlantis is the one. Okay, good. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. Machine. E. Yeah, I don't think it had all the question marks after it, but that does sound right. I actually wonder if there's any video games that have question marks in their title. Finish this L already. Cat sat on your keyboard. That is your cat's rightful place, if I understand the rules of the kingdom. Oh, you know what? I'm going to say one other thing to risk rambling. So there is I don't think it counts as a movement, but there's a general school of thinking when it comes to video game cutscenes that there are narratologists and ludologists, like people, not people who do ludes. That's different. Like, as in ludo narrative. So there are people who advocate that there be zero story in games because games are 100% interactive, and anytime you have any kind of story, you're destroying the medium. Blah blah. I'm not hardcore like that, and also a lot of that thinking is associated with certain gamer profiles that I am not a fan of. So I don't want to mix people up with that thinking I'm like a dogmatic jerk. I'm just a jerk. I'm not dogmatic. WK says, just Brethel, and I'm old. I started gaming with Maniac Manor. I think that's why I love jumping puzzles. Alexa says, my cats keep sitting on my notepad. Just cats. Phoenix says, mine tries to attack the screen when he's in my lap. That sounds inconvenient. Yes, Ed, ludologists. No, it's L-U-D. It's like ludologists, but then you think of Luddites, and it's not that. They tend to get coded with, ludologists tend to get coded with very, kind of, trying to think how to say this in a way that's not, there's no way to say it without being misinterpreted, so I'm not going to try. as people I don't want to be associated with. That's what they tend to be typecast as. And a lot of the community does themselves no favors by doing that. DHX says, I don't remember what the particular supposedly Aztec god was supposed to be doing in Atlantis, but I do remember it was a great puzzle game. The Flurflurflurm says, Ludo Narrative is just visual novel that gets banned from Steam. That could be. I could believe that. Newman42 says, I wonder what's the story of Pac-Man. You have to play Pac-Man Jr. before you find that out. Maybe Mrs. Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man may have had a cutscene where they're like, they meet, they have a little meet cute, and then go their separate ways or something. And that's the story. And that's all. Ding. Ludatas just do sound amazing, don't they? It's just that the study of lewds. Someone's got to study them, right? Everything needs to be studied at some point. Railway says, is Josh giving us the D right now? I wish I could do something with this E to reply, but I can't think of anything clever, sorry. Our Alexis says, for me, a well-placed cutscene can be incredible, but when it's too much, I often wonder if I'm still playing a game or watching a slightly interactive show. Yeah. My thought experiment... Oh god, I'm gonna ramble. I can't handle it! You set me on a tangent. Here's my go-to. Imagine you're on the holodeck on Star Trek, right? And you're playing a holodeck game, and then suddenly you can't move, and your mouth starts moving, and words come out of your mouth that you aren't saying. Do you accept that? Right? If the answer is no, that feels wrong, then my contention is that cutscenes are a stopgap for a technological limitation. They are not a design imperative, or they're just not appropriate for the long-term health of the medium. We need to find ways to tell interesting stories that are not linear edited narratives. I released the Kraken of rambling. Actually, if you guys want to see some funny stuff, I have like 5 or 6 short proof of concept videos on my YouTube channel under the Cutscene Subversion Project, and you can kind of get a feel for like the style and tone of it. I was practicing the special effects and all the kind of stuff that went into it. And you can see me in my delightful Link costume running around with my little 12-year-old son, also dressed as Link, running behind me. It's adorable. It's totes adorbs, as the kids said 5 years ago. Probably 10 years ago now. I can't tell time anymore. I don't know. I don't know what kids say. People on luge should not drive. Lucifer, you know that's someone's aspiring experimental sociology / liberal arts degree crossover. Ludologist. I would be shocked if it's not already like a serious thing that has you know, white papers and conferences. I mean, the genre in general is certainly a fascinating glimpse into a part of society. The kind of weirdest id of society. Are I sure I want to do this? Well, look at the handy letter I have now. Let's see. X person again says, just know the time you pseudo-rambled, I blended juice for my entire family. Yay for productivity. Good to know. The more people blend juice while I'm rambling, the better off the world will be. Of this I am confident. Ed says, if cutscene manages to convince me it was put in place to tell the story, I'm sort of okay with it. If it looks like a way to hide loading screen, well, that's disrespectful. Okay. You'd rather just sit at a loading screen? And have nothing to look at? It's like a spinning medallion or a map. I really like what Bethesda does with the models that you can rotate around while you're waiting for the load. Arixa says, haha, I have so many questions. I shall be patient though. You know what? Chat's not too busy. You can go ahead, ask questions. Ask questions. DHX says, cutscenes of the sort in Skyrim where you're restrained and about to get your head chopped off seem okay to me. Reiterate says, the Mass Effect elevator loading screen bugged the crap out of you. I'm being PG for whatever reason. What is the airspeed of a fully laden swallow? Are we talking African or European? Life Synthesizer says, I like having those lore text to read while waiting in loading screens. Oh yeah, that's a great place for that too. Like I really dig learning about the world that I'm playing the game in. That's really cool. That's not going to replace character interactions and, you know, relationship oriented storytelling, but it is something that can be done now today that tells a story in a specifically video game art, you know, medium way. So I'm very excited about that. THX says, if it's more than 0, it's not fully laden enough. That made me LOL. DHX passes. No, don't go! I want you to stay on this side of the bridge with me. I was just talking about my top 10 movie list that I posted recently, and one of my top 10 movies is Holy Grail, but it was with this caveat that, like, it's so overquoted in geekdom that it's embarrassing now. And it sucks that, like, I feel like I'm dinging points from a piece of art because it was so embraced by a particular community that has used it in this particular way. It feels dirty and wrong for me to be embarrassed about it in that way. But it's like, I don't know. In a way that's like, another movie on my list is Princess Bride, and that one is close to as overquoted as Monty Python, but I don't feel dirty about putting that one on. I don't know why. Meaning of Life is your favorite? Yeah, I recently we were going through all the backlog recently because my son hasn't seen a lot of it, and recently watched that. It's the lack of a through line for me keeps that from being my favorite. I think Holy Grail is still my favorite. My son actually got bored, like 3/4 of the way through Life of Brian. It's like, what? You're bored? What? I mean, he has ADD, so there are certain limits. Hey, Telipoo? Whoever you are, hey, thanks. Thanks for following. Railway says, this side of the question mark? No. Trolls live under bridge. Oh man, now you're getting crazy on me. Inconceivable. X person, again, sorry, I'm just gonna call you X person for now because the screen's far away and your name is dark blue on a black background. So X person says, I'm actually a 3D character artist. Any advice on portfolios? Let's see, general advice? Since I don't know your experience level, it's hard to say. Like, a lot of newbies or people right out of school or whatever, they tend to include too much garbage of like, here's this one thing that I did, because they don't have a huge pool to pull from. They're tempted to put in stuff that just pulls down the overall perception of their quality. If you want, email me a link and I'll give you a crit. A more personal crit. My email is breathoflifedev, DEV, @gmail.com. The Galaxy song is one of my favorite bits. That's pretty good, yeah. Phoenix Arts. Rainate says, me too, British humor is not for everyone. True. Sith Rogan says, gotta make him watch Excalibur. Scottish humor, on the other hand. Yeah, I would not be able to disambiguate Scottish from English humor, I have to admit. I do not know the difference. Hoon says, although I watch most movies / series in English nowadays, I never saw Life of Brian in English, but the German dub is well made and funny. I can imagine. Railway says, so less is more. I mean, if all of your pieces are stellar, then don't cut any out. But you definitely, students in general should err on the side of less. Yes. Because most of the stuff you're going to be tempted to put in there was your first attempt at doing a thing. And, you know, a professional is going to look at that and be like, it's not so great. Scottish whiskey is for making Scottish humor. That makes sense. You have to add a drop of water for Scottish humor to make sense. Hey, Foreign Hunter. Thanks for hanging out with me in this rough day. I appreciate it. Hope to see you again. Breath of Life dev@gmail.com. Yes. That's the one. Iron Maiden, 49 viewers. Holy guacamole. Hey guys. Welcome everyone. You have inspired me to do something more interesting than chopping up letters. Let's get back to our sculptures, shall we? We shall, if I do say so myself. What are you gonna do? Stop me? You're not gonna stop me. Alright. This goes over here. Oh my god, this is a massive raid. Thank you, everyone. Cheers. Let's do a rusty iron effect. So, I've got one that I'm doing patinaed brass, or bronze. And this one's going to be rusty. So I have some cool acid I'm going to put on them. What do you roll into? A mess. A big old mess. Oh, hey. Remember when I was talking about the big lion's head that was going to go on this thing? That's what that is. And as you can see, if I put these letters up there, Iron Maiden, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. You're the best. Right, so with this lion head here, and I put the name up on top. Scoot that up a little bit. Thank you, Trundlemelon, Trundlelemon, whoever you are. Thank you for the follow. So the letters going over there, Breath of Life, Dev. Then like, how does that work? I couldn't find a good way to make it work without like doing like a tombstone like arc over the top or something. So that's why I settled on the little lion head. Iron Maiden, we are making a variety of things. I'm getting prepped for a convention. on Saturday, and so I've been casting these sculptures, a whole variety of sculptures. Drakinia1, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, these are going to be at my booth, and I'm just right now really experimenting. Mikey is following. Thank you. I'm experimenting with different ways to do the effect that I'm going for, the patinaed bronze. Also, sorry everyone about the jerky camera. It's because I've been streaming for 6 hours, and after a while, my camera gets sleepy, and the only way to fix it is to restart my computer, and I really don't want to do that when I've got like the biggest viewer count I've ever had. So, thanks Moxie Remix. And thanks for following. Appreciate it. Am I using an AC adapter or battery? AC adapter. Which I would think would make this not be a problem. It might be a thing. Hey, Seth Rogen. It's like Seth Rogen, but slightly more evil. Thank you for following. Where did my ask? Okay, so I'm using this sophisticated finishes rust solution on this bad girl here. I'm gonna use a pretty crappy brush. Oh, Sith Rogan, thanks for the sub. You didn't just follow, you subbed. Thank you. Prawn and Ski, thank you also for following. Mikey says, oh, we used to sell those at work. They're wonderful finishes. I did a video on my YouTube channel about sophisticated finishes. Actually, on this piece, but I was using a different kind. Talking is hard for me right now, guys. Just trust me. I did a thing once. Do you believe me? Thanks, Sith. I will try to keep up the good arts. I'll try to stop the bad arts and keep up the good arts. Let's get some paper towels. She's a little leaky. Smells like vinegar. Oh yeah, I've done bad arts before. I did an art so bad once that the guy I made it for had to hide it in a shoebox. I'm not even, this is a true story. He hid it in a shoebox. Now, mind you, the technique was great. Like, it's hyper real and looks incredible. It's a portrait of him, but it's a portrait of him as like a deformed fetus in a petri dish with like bloody clamps and like he's got pig hooves for feet and like bite marks out of his arms and legs. That was a bad arts. Lucifer says you may be able to deactivate and reactivate your camera source from the properties in OBS. This can sometimes fix the stutter. Deactivate and reactivate. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. I think I tried that before, but I'm really bad at Twitch. May not have done it right. Where'd you go? Cam art. Here we go. Okay, let's deactivate. Boom. Okay. It's so dark. And activate. Everyone clap. If you believe, clap. Hey! Lucifer, you're the new saint of the stream. OMG. But, oh. Why am I so dumb? Why do I not figure these things out on my own? Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much. You've saved my skin so many times now. Yeah, I might have given him nightmares. His name was Mike as well. I don't know if that helps in any way, but now you know. Yeah, I don't think I have it in any of my online portfolios just because I never know who's going to be looking, if it's a potential job prospect, or, you know what I mean? It's like, it's in such bad taste, and it's so out of character with the rest of my portfolio. It's just like, it's not worth it. Everyone has done bad art, and it's how you practice and practice to make good arts later. Yeah, absolutely. Like, first several times you do things, they're gonna be pretty bad probably, and that's okay. It's part of the process. That's how you get to the good. Absolutely. Bronsky, I agree. Lucifer is a legend. No emote. Wait. If you subbed, you should absolutely have an emote. Is that what you're saying? You don't see the Scola emote? It's like a little gremlin-y looking dude. That's one thing that I actually did to be special on Twitch. There it is. Sith found him. That's the thingy. That's my Scola. He's based on a character in my book. Let's see if I can. Here's version 1 of Scola. He's evolved a little bit since then, but that's pretty much him. He's a wise old cantankerous creature that helps Beaumark, this guy here, helps him along in his adventure. Coming out April 1st, buy my book. Everyone buy my book April 1st. I mean, it's not literally a gremlin, but whenever anyone sees him, they're like, oh, a gremlin. So that's just how I describe it. It's the proportion of the eyes to nose to mouth thing is actually a visual trope that is in all over the place. To prove this to myself, I went into Photoshop. I got a picture of Yoda, E.T., the Mogwai from Gremlins, the Gremlins themselves, Stitch from Lilo and Stitch, an Asura. There were 2 or 3 other ones, and just Yoda. Did I say Yoda already? I superimposed them all, and they were like, their eyes, nose, and mouth almost all line up exactly in those proportions. So, yeah, next time you see one of those characters, keep that in mind. They're not ripping each other off, they're pulling from the same visual library. Yoda Gremlin hybrid. A Kratchnack. Exactly, that's what they are, Lucifer. Chirafox, thanks for the follow! Yeah, they all look kind of like a human baby. That's like we visual artists know what part of your brain we're activating with those proportions. And you mix them differently when you're trying to evoke different characteristics. And so a lot of us character artists enjoy kind of mixing and contrasting. So like the cute baby with the like something off, something ugly, and it gives it a particular flavor of unsettling that like people on one end of the spectrum find completely upsetting, and people on the other end of the spectrum find completely cute. Another example of this is certain kinds of little dogs, you know, like French bulldogs and chihuahuas and stuff like this. They're also in that mix. I guess I need to just suspend her while she drips. Or no, I want her to drip downward, all natural-like. The way a lady should. Just dripping straight down. Please don't read anything into that, you guys. I regretted saying it the second it came out. All right. Yeah, actually, just earlier on the stream, I was digging through some old art from 2007-ish, and came across this beauty. So when we were first designing the Asura, I was sculpting along with the design process. So this is Eye of the North era Asura. Obviously, I didn't finish his upper torso, but yeah, good times. I know you want to buy it, White Shogun. You know, at some point, I wouldn't be surprised if prizes were being distributed on this channel, and so save your hearts. The more hearts you get, the more you can enter contests and win the ones you want. Alexa says, those tiny dogs with the eyes popping out of their skull, creepiest life forms. Yeah, there's definitely something that just strikes me as wrong about those. Uman42 says, quick question about the art of Guild Wars. All buildings are built with the fake perspective where the top floor is smaller to give the illusion of going up high. Why not scale the model up? Art style. So you're talking about a technique called forced perspective, first employed by the Greeks for their temples in, like, I don't know, 400 or 500 BC. We sometimes utilize that in props, but usually not ones that you actually go, you know, around and into. Oh, are you asking specifically about the ones that are like up on cliffs where you can't get, and they're like they're just like flat cards of concept art up there? Thinking about Divinity's Reach Castle City in particular, since we can climb on the top with a mount, we can clearly see the wrong aspect. Yeah, there were many talks when we were figuring out mounts. Many talks about what is this going to break and what do we have to do to fix it, and what are we willing to just let slide. And there were a lot of compromises made in order to, you know, most of my jumping puzzles got broked real good. So I mean, there were a lot of compromises made, but I think in the end, you know, it's the right choice, because on a moment to moment, or sorry, not moment to moment, some moments are worse because of mounts, but most moments are better because of mounts, right? And gliding as well. Just like the more freedom that you give players in general, the more fun and expressive they feel. And yeah, we couldn't go back and fix all of the art that was like that with forced perspective and fake walls and yeah, all that stuff. Just wish we could have. Didn't have the manpower. Yeah, you get more bang for your polygon budget. Absolutely. Umin says, completely agree there, but I'm always puzzled to why forced perspective was needed. With a game engine, you don't have to physically build something high. Maybe draw distance. Let me puzzle on that for a minute. There's gunk in that water. Laserbeam says, not just polygon budget, keeping the world scale small enough to be navigable is a concern too. Doing everything in real scale when you're mostly walking on foot has costs. Uman says, completely agree that it could have been decided as an artistic style, which I adored since I started playing the game. Railway says, remember when they started making Guild Wars 2? It was 8 or 9 years ago. That era's top-end vintage hardware in mind, aka GTX 680. Yeah, draw distance can be a part of that. God, I feel I would need to like see it in front of my face to give a more specific answer on that. Water. Neil Moore Tum now following. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. The Games Boss says, hello, first of all, thank you for your amazing work, and good luck moving on. Thank you, Games Ma. I appreciate it. It's a rough time for me. I appreciate all the outpouring of love and appreciation so much. DHX says you have to render way into the distance for that one scene. You need to do it the other parts of the game where it doesn't add too much to the frame rate. I think the question is more like things that go up, right? Like up tall. Which, you know, also subject to draw distance, yes, but generally much less of a problem. Question even about perspective, or is it about scale? The DR houses at the edge are tiny to give the illusion of being far away, but I don't remember any wrong perspective. Yeah, I think it's about forced perspective by making stuff that's further away disproportionately smaller, like you're saying. So I'm going to see if some of this, like, milky patina I'm putting on the face will lighten it up enough to make me happy. But I do not want these little bubbly bits. That's not cool. Ends up looking like acne or something. So I wonder if I can just like carefully soak away the bubbles where I don't want them. It says, from my understanding, graphics API can only render only from a certain distance to a certain distance. LOD saving polygons don't have much play on. No, that's true. Sis says, I feel like Bloodborne uses a similar force perspective. Oh yeah, they use the heck out of that. I mean, to the extent where it's almost like in your face enough to just give you an, like, I think it's part of their aesthetic, is like everything is wrong in some like subtle, disturbing way. Love that game's aesthetic so much. There's a studio I would like to work for. From Software. Send me over there to work on the next Bloodborne, please. Bubbles could be bird poop. Yes, they could be. Oh, let's see, I missed a thing. The other thing, in DR you need to make the walls of the city much thicker to accommodate the houses at that size. In some directions, that pushes into Queensdale playable space. Yes, that is true. Laser beams use a similar way to atmospheric perspective, where you fog something out and it looks further. Yep. Shogun says, when you guys were making Hot, how gliding came to live. If I remember correctly, it wasn't allowed at first in vanilla Guild Wars 2. Yeah, that was all a bunch of debates about what kind of stuff breaks with it. Neil Mortem says, a friend shared a clip of your stream made about an hour ago, but wow, I would have followed a lot sooner if I had known the channel existed. I like art even though I'm not great at drawing. Lol. Lots of people who aren't artists like watching art streams, so that's cool. Thanks for following. Me Games Ma says, it can also look like freckles, which look kind of cute. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, depending on your perception, huh? Active94 says, just wanted to wish you all the best in everything you do, Josh. You've been a pillar on my enjoyment in Guild Wars 2, and I thank you for everything. Thank you for letting me know. This has been an incredibly crazy day, and all these sentiments are helpful. Certainly helpful. Shogun says, how such important mechanics came to life, I wonder. Did someone pitch it, or was it required for you guys to make something bigger, groundbreaking, and that's how you come up with gliding? No, I mean, gliding, we probably had, I think I remember we had gliding in, like, before we launched. It was just like, it's great, but the limitations it put on it would have blown out the budget for building the world with all the detail, and then additionally, aesthetically, you have to make the wall, if you want to wall players off naturally, you have to make everything unnaturally tall and steep, and we didn't want to make that aesthetic sacrifice at the time. And then later it was decided this is just way too much fun to not have in the game. Sorry aesthetics. You know, you have to think about visual aesthetics as well as gameplay aesthetics. You can't ignore one for the other. So yeah, I think I like that. I can't tell yet. Alright, just gonna let that sit for a bit. What did we learn about green? I think I learned, let's see, these are my two green base ones. DHX says, I'd like to work on that though, since it would help my job if I was a better artist. True. Seth Rogen says you should send them your fetal horrors as an application. That's a good point. That would be good in a portfolio to Bloodborne. You're not wrong there. Pronsky says, what games are you playing at the moment that you really enjoy? I've purposely been cutting way back on games. All I play is just a couple minutes in the morning. I play some Dead Cells just to get my adrenaline going. And then I'm done with games for the day. So I've been a really bad gamer lately. I will get back to it, but I have to get my books published. My books have to take priority right now. So, but I think I learned with these guys that doing white in the cracks could work. Maya says he plays in Hollow Knight and Dead Cells for extra adrenaline to wake up. Exactly. DHX says, yes, I have to say that the massive height levels in Path of Fire did make the world feel a bit small. Yeah. DenX20 says, Josh, you're mega talented and one of the best I've ever saw. I feel so sad. Wish you good luck on your journey. Thank you. Thank you for the sentiment. I appreciate that. I'm definitely not the best, but I got spunk, kid. I got heart. I'll take what I can get. Almost looks like she's shedding a tear. Oh no! Was it dripping? Oh yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that's okay. I don't mind. I've got multiple casts, so I'm going to be basically I'll see what people like, right? See what sells. All right, I need a different white. Neil Boredom says, got that one. DHX said it was spectacularly beautiful, though. Thanks. Railway says, we learned it's not easy being green. Yes, we did. Lucifer says, that Dead Cells. Did you ever beat Boss 1, by the way, Lucifer? White. Where you be, white? Alright, I'm just gonna use my crappy folk art acrylic paint. You know what? You deal with what you got, and I'm proud of you for everything you've done with what you got. I've been trying to beat it on hard. And I've got so close, like 3 or 4 times. Let's see how this one works for me. There's not just a hard mode, Lucifer. There is 4. So once you beat the boss, beat the game once, you get one hard mode cell, whatever, and you plug that in, and your run is hard. You know those little doors that have circles on them? There's 1 circle, 2 circle, 3 circle, 4 circle doors. Those all become unlocked to you if you have that many hard mode cells in your thing. So it's just like, how do you? At some point, I should watch someone play on 4 cells of hardness. Games Moss says, can you explain what exactly you're doing? Is that paint at the moment a ground layer or something similar? So basically I'm doing a lot of experimentation right now. This bow mark. So I've got 3 casts that I've made so far of bow mark. I've got this gray one, this green one, and this brown one. And I cast them in this color plastic. And right now I'm experimenting to see, before I cast more of them, I just want to know what's going to be the fastest, bestest paint job for him to get the results that I want. So yeah, it's a lot of experimentation right now. Kyrionic, thanks for the follow. This little line that you can see going down the shoulder there, that's the parting line, where when he's in a mold and he's like upside down and you pour the plastic in the bottom, and then once it's dry you pull it apart, and then there's this seam that needs to be cleaned up on each cast. Thanks, Blue. You know what the base is, right? You recognize it? Shogun says, I watched Life yesterday. Kelvin, the creature in it, looks so cool. Have you watched it, Mr. Josh? No, I forgot about that. I should check that out. It's definitely one of those where, like, I saw the preview for it, I was like, seen a movie like this about 100 times, but I'll probably still see it because it's got a monster in it and special effects. But then, yeah, I forgot. Forgot it existed. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, it is the disc. The disc that he fights and proves on. So one of the fun things about doing the different character portraits for each book is both choosing the material that they're going to look like they're, you know, cast out over, carved out over, whatever, and then the base that it's on. So like Skola is going to be done, I think, in maybe onyx or something, and his base is going to be one of his little metal books. And then Lilk is the character in the third book, and she's going to have the Stone of Power as her base, and she's going to be in white marble. Oh, it's on Netflix? Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out then. Yachek says, I feel like this should be obvious, so my apologies for a silly question. Oh, man, you better be sorry for this silly question. Oh, it's going to make me... I can already feel I'm going to be really angry when I read it. Okay, ready? Is there a schedule for streaming somewhere? No. That's a good question, because I put... So on my page... Oh, sorry if I blew out your speakers. Sorry about that. Like I said, I'm loopy right now. I'm loopy as hell. So on my little thing when I'm offline, it has the schedule, which is, well, it was Wednesday nights, 8 p.m. Pacific, and Sunday afternoons, 1 p.m. Pacific. That's when I had a full-time job. Now that I do not have a full-time job for a while, I expect that will greatly expand for a while. But those are like my guaranteed hours, right? I'm happy to pop on whenever else. I'm really glad I blew up people's speakers and headphones and probably made someone deaf. Sorry, Meerkat. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I can be a dingus, alright? Sometimes I can be a dingus. But it made Meister Gandalf follow me, so thanks, Meister Gandalf. He's just really into getting startled and breaking his eardrums. Honestly, I did not mean it to come out that loud. I apologize. My hat. Glad to keep you from that sleep you didn't want. Yeah. Phoenix, alright, you just missed having your eardrums broken. I wanted to like throw something out of anger, but I couldn't find anything that wasn't like a chemical or fragile around me to throw. So instead I like channeled that into just shouting, and I shouted way louder than I expected to. And killed everyone, and I'm sorry. Sounded good on your TV. Very demonic. How does this sound? Okay, I'm not gonna do this loud, but tell me how this sounds. Is that good and demonic? Yes, 1% of my power. You don't want to see me when I get to 2,000 or 9,000. How did I get that wrong? Oh, that still blew it? That laugh? Oh. Okay. I'll be chill. I'll be chill. Mudomoto, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I mean, the mic is, look, it's like 4 feet away from me. It should not be this, this sensitive. It's just a sensitive new age guy. Nah. You know, if I keep getting followers at this rate, then I'll be able to afford a sound tech, and he could, like, mix me in real time. Or she. Or they. Farwind, thanks for following. Yeah, I have a Rode shotgun mic that I use for my tutorial videos when I want to sound really pro. But like I have enough problems handling OBS with the like 2 inputs that I have already. Like to get my mic hooked up, it has to go through my Scarlett box, and then that has to be through the bloody blue. Ginge187, thanks for the follow, Ginge. Are you the same Ginge I just friended on Facebook earlier today? Feel like playing a game, but I don't know which game to play. Oh man, rough times. All right, Z for just X guy. Cool. Anytime you want specific critiques on your stuff, just email me. DHX says could also be the old Descent 3 fan too, potentially. Certainly don't have any young Descent 3 fans. Mekion? Oh, laser beams. I worked on Descent 3, and every once in a while I'll run into a huge fan of Descent 3, and they're all excited I worked on it. And that's just funny. That's where I got my start designing levels. Uman42 says, I think ideally to prevent clipping, the mic has to be not sensitive enough to not reach its max range while shouting. So when you speak, it sounds low, and then you boost the mic, adding some kind of limiter to prevent going over the clipping value for the mic. That all sounds super correct. I just don't know how to do any of those things. Seth Rogen says, spaceships and explosions. What's not to love? I agree. Laserbeam says, Overload is a spiritual successor to Descent by some of the original creators. They couldn't get the Descent title license. Yep. A bunch of my buddies working on that. My old boss, Matt Toshla, he's amazing. Luke Schneider was working on it, of now of Radian Games. I kickstarted it. I haven't played, well, I played it for like 2 minutes at the PAX, the last PAX, and they were demoing it. Did I? I think I played it the year before in VR. So I'm curious if I just leave this white to do its thing. I'm just going to see what kind of weird patina shapes it leaves. For whatever reason, this resin turned out ridiculously smooth. So you put baby powder in the mold, talcum powder, and that usually gives it a slightly, well, a better surface to allow paint. But this is like slick as a skillet. Are skillets slick? I don't know. It's slick. You like that game, Laser Beams? Cool. Luke Schneider was my office mate at Outrage. We had some good times. Back when game studios would give people offices. Those were the days. New games. Ma says, I guess I have to follow you closely now. I gotta know which games will have amazing jumping puzzles in the future. That's right, yeah, I was just talking about, like, my carpool buddy works at Bungie, and they have the same healthcare, which is what I need for my next job, so I was like, maybe I should go there. And then suddenly, I'm gonna go there, and then suddenly Destiny is just gonna be jumping puzzles everywhere. That'd be hilarious. Does not seem to bind to the paint at all. Nope. Nope. The only thing holding it is the surface tension of texture holding it in place, which is fine. Like this coat is meant to only be in the cracks. Like I'm going to be doing another coat of paint over this. Honestly, I could have just, well, if I was doing multiples of these, I would just fill a bucket with this paint and just like dunk and pull it out. It would be a lot faster, but you know, I'm in this kind of experimental testing phase right now, so I can't do the batch processes yet. No, Foreman, I did not apply paint or primer. This is just straight up the resin. And I didn't even wash the resin when it came out of the mold, which I really should have done. It's a mixture of being impatient, having no additional cognitive overhead to be able to apply to stuff right now. And those are the things. Those are the two things. That's why I'm being dumb. Yeah, now I'm worried if I leave it in these rivulets like this, then they will actually create surface perturbations that well, you know what? I don't know that I don't want surface perturbations. Maybe I do want surface perturbations, darn it. In the great tradition of experimentation, I'm gonna leave it like that. Just see what happens. Again, I could always like sand and prime over this if I'm not happy with what ends up. Trigan says, I swear like I started playing Destiny 2 when Forsaken came out and they managed to pull themselves out of the grasp of Activision's claws and now you would join them. Sounds great to me. We'll see. We'll see. Me Games Moss says, sometimes I watch my brother paint 3D models. He always made a first layer with thick color and used runny color for the shadows when applying the final touches. Yeah, that's called a wash. And that is certainly some, well, I mean, this is a wash just using light. But yeah, in general you use washes to darken the creases and shadows. Like on this wargaming kind of board thing, like those cracks and crevices. Focus. Yeah, I used a wash in that to get those dark areas. No, wait, no, I didn't. I started dark. I've done dry brushing. I haven't done the wash yet. I was going to do the wash soon. Soon. Okay. One thing I also haven't tried. Don't want to do it on that one. Here we go. Real quick, since I got it out, might as well try it on this piece as well. Originally, I was thinking I was going to do the book covers as cameos like this. Is cameo the right word? Suddenly, nothing sounds right to me. But I ended up just liking the idea of doing the full, like, portrait bust better. But I figure since I went through the work of making this, I might as well do something with it. I think what I'm going to end up doing is I have the mold for this. I'll make several more of the same mold and melt chocolate into them because it's a food safe mold, and have little chocolate Beaumark coins to give out at conventions. Oh, you got me going Super Saiyan. Wonderful, wonderful. Soon is a favorite word of any developer anywhere. Oh God. Yeah, I don't even know how to clip. Let's see what happens if I go to that clip. Will it blow my own speakers out? Oh man. Okay, cover your speakers, everyone. I want to see if it hurts my ears.
I can already feel I'm going to be really angry when you read it. Okay, ready? Is there a schedule for streaming somewhere? There.
Yeah, I could see that how that would hurt people's speakers. Again, my apologies. It'll never happen again for at least 20 minutes. It's kind of a fun, like, almost jade look to it. No, I just intended to do what I was doing on the other sculptures, but I'm just gonna go with this. It's fun. I'll look up what jade really looks like, and maybe modify it more towards that. If I like the direction it's going. There's going. This one I experimented with just like mixing some color into the resin before I poured it in, and it's just a mess. That look is officially mess look. But curious what happens if I apply magical white to it. It's like another type of jade. You think it looks like bone? Yeah, but you couldn't really make out the... Oh! That makes me think of something. Okay. Let's go ahead and just try a wash on it then. A dark wash. Maybe that'll... And I guess if nothing else, I could dry brush to pick up the highlights. Thanks. Thanks for talking me out of doing something stupid. Just a few seconds too late. Carved from Jasper. Alright, Moxie Remix. Thanks for hanging out. Hope to see you again. Have a good night. Look like a copper coin that was found at the bottom of the ocean. Suits the sea predators. Okay, okay. I mean, you can't even make out the face? Can you? Well, I'm just real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and try a dark wash. I've got a shade, Citadel shade, Agrax Earth shade. Good old Agrax. Now this is not ideal because it's got this, you know, white garbage on it. Yeah, I guess I could just kind of wash the white garbage away. Washed away. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Cool. So I'm just trying to... The shade flushed out a bunch of the acrylic paint that was in there. LJ1257, thank you for following. Pops like the proverbial weasel. Nice. You're sold? You can eat it now? Excellent. Well, I'm going to leave it pretty extreme like this, and then I think I'm going to, after this dries, I'm going to hit it with a super light dry brush just to pick up the highlighted edges a bit. I think it'll pop like two weasels then. Like a weasel in an airlock. What other randomness do I have going on here? Now this one looks like chocolate. This one I was messing around with different metal paints. I don't think I would want all those different types of metal on one thing. Let's see, this is the original, don't want to touch that. Let's see, and then here's some of the first cast that had lots of bubbles that I did some repair work on. This one I tried a little bit of metal powder, and then you like polish it down, but the problem is the powder is just on the surface of the mold, so if you polish too far you scrape through to the just plain, you know, gray resin underneath, and it's not so good. I can't tell if it's better or worse than just using the metallic paint on it. I don't know, what do you guys think? Omega Oreos, yes, these are all, I can make triple stuffed Beaumark Oreos. I also think some of these are more distorted than others. I want to keep the non-distorted ones for making more molds. Yeah, so I'll experiment with these ones. Coin might be cool with non-metallic metal. So looking for, oh, black shade. There we go. This is already dark brown, I'm going to go with some black shade on it. Someday, you will be able to eat one, because I will absolutely be making chocolate coins out of these. It's pretty cool. That looks like tiki wood maybe, or something like that. I don't know, one of those dark carved type woods. You think Jedi are cooler than Sith? Wow. Hot take, yo. Okay, so these guys, since they have all this patchwork done to them, I need to do something pretty opaque over them. I think I'll just do a brown. So I think that was the most successful thing I was getting. Oh, let's check up on Rapunzel here, see how her rust is coming along. What I'm really hoping to get is some like actual like grungy texture popping up off of that. But it'll be another couple hours before she's rusty enough for my liking. I like my women rusty. Huh. Okay, I'm gonna do something dumb for fun. Darth Jar Jar is pretty amazing. 24 chocolate and 1 brown. Just plastic one in with the chocolate. That's so trolly. I love it. Love it. Wow, this white is massively overpowering this brown. Alright, never mind then. Sorry I even tried. This is like the color of melted chocolate. Oh my gosh. Got more going on philosophically than the Sith. Okay, fair. Not very coherent, I don't think. Oh, let's see what this aggressive thing Laser Beam says is. What? Okay, AutoMod did a fantastic job blocking that. Okay. Here you go, guys. This is what AutoMod thought was aggressive. I have a friend who can't be here, but who wanted to say I'd like to let him know that his additions to the game brought us a lot of joy, and that we kind of bonded over them, and I'm really grateful for that and will miss them going forward, and I wish him all the best in future projects. Pretty aggressive, don't you agree? I feel threatened. I'm really glad the mod caught that before you were all subjected to that kind of vile hatred being spewed across the internet waves. Also, thank you. That was very sweet. I appreciate that. Aggressively wished me too well. Yep. Going forward, yeah, that's probably the aggressive part. Hey, Vesberg! Speaking of vile hatred, are you about to spew some? My head says pinnacle of AI evolution. Yep. One of the most fun skits that I did on my YouTube channel was recreating a scene from 2 AI chatbots talking to each other. Me and my wife played the parts, and that was fun. Funny, fun. I thought it was so good I actually paid the $50 to license Thus Spoke Zarathustra, so I can get the 2001 music at the intro to the video. You know what? I have no idea why I'm doing this instead of spray priming this. That was dumb. I got brush strokes for no reason. No, I shouldn't say that, because who knows? Maybe this experiment will show that it's totes worth it to paint instead of spray. DHX says, I'm not sure who did the jumping puzzles where you had to dive into a bucket, but I choose to believe Josh was the inspiration for them. I wouldn't be surprised if that was one of my random silly ideas, but I honestly don't remember. Sounds like something I would come up with, so let's just go with it. I did that. I did that. The other, you know, hundreds of people that work at the company, I don't even know why they bother. I did it. I did it all. This one might be a good one to do rust on. Oh, I'm out of rust solution though. Sad. I guess I'll buy more. It was your last jumping puzzle? Well, I mean, we've had bucket jumping a lot. There was a jumping puzzle that like actually centered around bucket jumping. If that's the case, then that definitely was not me. I've been too busy learning scripting. In a Byzantine proprietary scripting system that I will never use again. Yay. You want me to do Guild Wars 3 as a solo project? Sure, yeah, Guild Wars 3 solo. That sounds easy. But there's some puzzles in Path of Fire too. I actually, I feel like I did some assets that ended up in Path of Fire, but I did not work directly on it. Yeah, I'd much rather do a solo SAB, for sure. Knowing scripting principles does come in handy later. That's what they told me. I hope that's true. That's the bill of goods I was sold. No, I'm sure it's true. It's just one of those things where like I'm so technically inept that it was just like the past 6 months have been gruelingly frustrating for me. I mean, the Joe who was teaching me, taking time out of his day every day to teach me, was doing a fantastic job, and he was incredibly patient and kind, and I couldn't ask for a better mentor and tutor, but I'm just not good at technical stuff. There's a thing in your brain that you have to have, and I so don't have it. I want to have it. Well, if I'm doing my math right, and by math I mean literally looking at the number, it looks like I've been streaming 7.5 hours. And my manic energy is petering out. And yeah, I think I'm gonna listen to my body and go pass out, and then get up tomorrow morning and work on my resume. Sounds like a plan, y'all. Thanks so much again, everyone, for coming out. Please go to follow me on some media. Follow me here. Follow me Facebook. All the links keep popping up. Go to my Patreon if you want to like literally support me. But especially be on the lookout. I've got to fix that thing so that you can be on my mailing list. So when the book comes out, you can buy it. That's #1 priority for me. So I'll get on that. Hashalo5, thanks for the follow. So nice. You guys all have been seriously so, like, obviously huge. There's a word for that when a road divides, whatever that is. Fork in the road, crossroads, I don't know. It's a huge moment in my life, and it could have been 200 times worse if it weren't for all of you guys. Chance of an extra stream tomorrow, I'd say likely. If not tomorrow, the day after. You know, I've got so much work to do for the book and the convention. I'm going to be out here, and when I'm out here, it's like, why not turn on the camera? So, yeah, very likely. Turning point, that's a good one. Sure. Whatever metaphor. It was like, it's a momentous, difficult day. I've had so many blessings, so many lucky turns throughout my life. And so when a curveball comes my way, I don't deserve all this kind of support and outpouring from you guys, and I get it. Ilyavi, thanks for following. Splorkius, subscribe with Twitch Prime. See, I can't, no talk no more. Oh man. Anyway, my sincerest, gratefulest, thankfulest, humblest, all the istises go out to you guys. I really look forward to, yes, words are hard. I really look forward to hanging out with more of you guys more often. It's going to be fun. It's going to be quite a journey. Like I said a couple times, if you missed it, my goal is to make the next Star Wars franchise. Star Wars, Marvel, Lord of the Rings, whatever. The next, like, big epic thing. I've been working on it for 20 years. I'm finally building to the point where stuff is coming out. If you want to see this Anthem, if you want to see a person try something insanely impossible, this is the place to do it. Tune in. Watch me try to make the next Star Wars. It's going to be exciting. Zish, thanks for following. Hallowed Phantom, thank you for playing my hard work. I super appreciate it. Phoenix Arts, yep, be looking for me. Yeah, so here we go. I'm signing off now. Heschel05 says, I'll watch you try as hard as I tried Tribulation. That's right. We'll see how many invisible spike traps I run into in this endeavor. So, alright. Good night, everyone. I love you all. Bye. 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 I missed the end stream button.